Very impressive.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
Hello! It's That Hildy Time, That Hildy Channel.
that Hildy's cat, who's a goof, and was sitting on a plastic bag until I started stream. But now, this is my keyboard mat. They simply... They won't... Oh, are they gonna fight? Are you guys gonna get to see some John Cena action? Hold on. Hold on. So what happens is Yorkie shows up and says, I'll groom you. And then Boopy says, please stop. And then she says, but I'm compulsive. And he says, fine, I'll groom you back. And she says, no, 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 I'm the dominant one. And he says, that's never been true. It will never be true. And she says, excuse me? And then they decide the mat's not big enough for the two of them. And it becomes... You can see his tail. He's like, I am irritated. I'm ready. Don't judge my messy desk. I don't go into your home and judge you. Much. So, so then... Oh, are you guys gonna spite me because I'm alive? I swear to God they know what a camera is. You... fuckers. Horatio, what have you seen? He might just wander off and be a hunter. He's thinking really hard. When cats swish their tail back and forth all the way, that's a deep thought. That is a deep, deep thought. Oh, you spiteful little kitties. I know, the moment I put this here, I'll be like, I'm streaming, ha ha ha, and then Yorkie will stab her claws in me and Boopy will get in a fight. That is how it goes! Hello. So I said that Hildy time, that Hildy channel, that Hildy's mad. Okay, good, I did the thing. It is Sunday, it is 2 hours past when I was supposed to stream. I'm an adult, I promise. This is my job, I swear. So I'm gonna show you why I got lost in the sauce. Because anybody who watched this Gold Plated Games with me will probably remember this game. But I don't think y'all here, so I think I get to traumatize a whole new group of people. Let's do it. Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible? Hello. This is Tingus Goose. Ta-da! It has a little, like, desktop. It's an incremental. It has a little desktop plant you can use that lets you, like, do, like, increment while you're live. Or while you're doing something. But we're actually gonna reload the game and I'm gonna show you the game proper first. Memories of Untitled Goose Game. You know, goose, I think, to humans are just very weird animals, and we don't quite understand why they live their lives the way they do, because they're so aggressive. So I think there's like a sort of tendency to use them in this. Cobra chickens. So we'll be in Satisfactory very quickly. I'm not going to play this for very long. But I wanted to show you this entirely very bizarre game. So these are called tingies. Why are you upset? Thank you. So tingies are essentially, theoretically, human babies that are spat out by goose. Along the goose, you get these blossoms that are various DNA types. They can be bird or farm or human. And the whole goal is to grow your goose as tall as possible so you can mate with various other geese. The tingy evolve. They have an evolution line. Um, a lot of people have, because so Master Tingus is somewhat famous. Okay. So it's the Master Tingus animations in the middle that really make it. Master Tingus is a somewhat famous animator who just like has a very bizarre, surreal brain. And so what people see of Tingus Goose is really the strangest parts of it. Um, so um, they see like the Archangel Tingy, right? Which is really bizarre. And they see the in-between animations. Um, and they see this sort of writing, which is also kind of, it's written in a very specific way. But um, they don't see that it's, essentially kind of wholesome. Like it's just these babies having the time of their life. Like they just giggle. They never like they're just enjoying this shit. They get banked or whatever, but presumably that's just you're populating the human race and they move on with their life. And it's got like silly puerile things like bright green poop. It just very the dialogue of the geese is suggestive but also sincere. Like, started with a cart, now the whole city smells like me. Don't you want to be with me? Is what this hot dog said when they showed up. It's the second time they show up. You know? It very and as a game, it's incredible. As an incremental, it is the best incremental I have ever played. Um it's just phenomenal. Yeah, it's really oddly wholesome. Yeah. Um, and I wanted to show it off because I think this is really games like this. Um, you'll love it. You'll love it. And it is also an idler. You can walk away from it. You can have the little goose plant on your desk. Um, this is probably the weirdest part. All cows apparently fuel geese. But this is sort of your roguelike research progression tree. You get calcium every time you mate to upgrade this. Um, but when you really start tearing these apart is kind of horrific. These are humans whose nutrients are being fed into this goose, right? But that is the millennial slash Z surreal sense of it all. That's just how that that aesthetic works, right? The sort of adventure time chic terror existential. Um yeah, so I I feel like games like these are kind of important because this pushes the aesthetic boundaries of what we can do with games and mechanically it's very sound. It's incredibly enjoyable. Very good gameplay loop, very creative. So it's not just an incremental in that you're clicking. I can adjust what blossoms I'm using. I can buy blossoms with gems that are not pay to play. You just earn them as you grow taller. There's power ups. All of these do different things. Like this actually creates what's called a hatchling, which will carry it to a little space in the tree. We've also got these muscle hatchlings here that come about, and they go up here, so they have their little tree trunk or goose trunk, and they make more money. So you've got different ways of materializing money. And different strategies. I once had an entire hatchling goose, you know? Anyway, I'm turning on gooseplant.exe because I want money after I'm done streaming. And it's time for some Satisfactory. Yeah, I feel like people who like Satisfactory also would like this game. So I really thought I should one, explain my incredible unprofessionalness. And two, I should show it off because it's never that expensive. I think when I picked it up, it was $7, and I think it's like 10 maybe now, maybe. Crazily low for the amount. It's all hand animated. Well, Flash, but it's still, you know, it's not, how do I want to put this? They're using a tablet as opposed to other animation means. Vic, I'm not going to use my controller today if you want to use it with the dongle. He's having controller problems over there. So, yachty. So, that's Tingus Goose. I am very, very much, a fan of it. I would like more people to play it and buy it. I want them to make money. It actually used to be a mobile game. And they got this company, Sweaty Chair, got bought by this Chinese investment firm that just makes everything pay to play. And it really lost its soul, so they repackaged it and redid the whole thing for Steam, and it's really good. So it's also just kind of you're rewarding someone for doing the right thing, you know? That is the end of my Tingus Goose pitch. But that is... I was really caught up in it, and I kept thinking that everything I was doing was only taking a couple minutes, and then I looked at the time and went, holy shit. Because that's what ADHD does. So, again, my apologies. But we're here now. How are you guys today? I know how Cardoc's doing. Hopefully I can cheer you up a bit. How are you, Calame? How are you, PB? I have officially shut off all knowledge of who's in my chat or not, so if you want me to know you're here, you're gonna have to say hello. I decided that was healthier for me. Oil, that's right. We're doing oil. That's what we're on right now. We're on oil and Motor Town, USA. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy your movement is a lot better. Motor Town / coal plant, USA, because we don't actually need to be running coal this far anymore. We have coal resources, and we have a steel plant we can make with that. So let's develop that today. Yeah! 70s Detroit. I do hope you try it out, Calame. I never asked. That is the correct pronunciation, right? I can't help but care about it. Yeah, I know. I know. So, actually, I'll stop running in circles. I'll go to oil first. Yeah, it's oil time. Yay. So, I rushed trains. But I didn't really like process all the stuff you need for trains, so we're still like I have them now, but I need manufacturing. I need, So, we're now just unlocking the rest of the milestones in phase 3. Which they're all things you can kind of I think I've asked you this before, but may I quote you? Feel like running around in indecisive loops is the core game loop. Yes, because that is the funniest. Did you hear that? I rush trains, but not the stuff you need for trains is the most ADHD statement. Shut up! Calling me out! Yeah. So... this was supposed to be a parallel playthrough with gold-plated games, and when you look at his, it's all like... organized and on the rails. And then you look at mine and you're like, Hildy spent 6 hours getting death crates. You know? I was like, yeah, okay, I get it, universe. What are we doing here? What's going on? What do I have piping into you? Oil? Okay. I don't know why I didn't, like, pick something for you. It's fine. I don't need to be someone who makes sense. Oh, packaging! Now I know what I was doing. I was like, I really need packaging to continue to be successful. Because all of my heavy oil is backed up. I suppose I could buffer it. I'll make a fluid buffer for now. Unless I did I get packaging? I did! Oh, but then you need plastic. Ugh. Everything. Steps on stage. Everything's getting crazy. Steps on steps on steps. All right. I mean, aluminium is on the horizon, so... Cardoc, you've never seen this game. Neither have you, PB. Aluminium is like a 7-step process. There's a couple of routes, but they're all terrible, horrible, no good, very bad. I hate it. Oh, I don't have a large fluid modular frames. Oh, that's right. Cardoc was like, this will steal my soul. It does steal souls. Victor tried it and was like, I like it, but there's no Pokemon-esque creatures in it, so I guess I'm done. Which was very Victor of him. Victor's like, I will not let you sass me. I just saw him bring up stream to type. Also, I do play with arachnophobia mode on Calumet because I... honestly, the stingers terrify the shit out of me, but the cats do too. I just prefer the cats to the stingers. I find it hilarious when it's not terrifying because you turn around and there's a PNG of a cat ready to kill you, which is just not anyone's favorite time. I cannot wait to take this down. Soon, soon, you will be rebuilt. You will be stronger! I love spiders. No, 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 no. It's more in depth than you're used to, so your ADHD is the impatient, primarily a hyper archetype. You know what happens, though? You just have to hyper-focus. Like, you have to start playing earlier in the day. Once you let the hyper-focus come to the game, it is so pleasurable. It's like, yes. No, I love spiders. I love spiders. I love spiders. Y'all, I'm gonna ruin your life today because I'm gonna show you what stingers actually look like. I mean, I could turn it on in my own game, but frankly, I do not want to actually fight them. So instead, we're watching a video. Ample stress indeed. No, I mean, Vic, that is a 100% perfectly reasonable way to play Satisfactory. You just, yeah, so that's what they look like. Stingers don't have eyes. They have holes. Oh, so do I. So do I. Oh, yeah. One, they're very good to get rid of pests, and two, they're very pretty. I have a lot of, like, up-close spider photography in my past. But... yes, they have stingers. Okay, so this is a stinger. It doesn't have eyes. It has holes. Yeah. It has holes that it smells and breathes out of. Yeah, I love orb weavers and riding spiders. I love all spiders a lot. I don't like it when they're in my home unannounced and I suddenly turn around and see them. But in general, I think spiders are really cute. Did I actually get... I did get them.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
So... I think, for me, a large part of it is that they skitter, they're a little scary. Oh my god, you can literally prune this houseplant like it's a fucking bonsai. That's amazing. Okay, so, yeah, really cool to watch. They have these beautiful reflective shells. Like orb weavers in particular are so pretty. And I love... the cutest thing about spiders to me is when they're like... and you're like, okay, you are. Oh, you're so cute. I'm scary. I'm always like, yes, you are big and scary. Oh... I really want to be more scared of you than I am so that I can, like, reward you for your cute little scaredness. Oh. So I am a big fan of spiders. I am not a big fan of spiders with holes or eyes. I'm not a big fan of anything. Okay, let's be real. I'm not a big fan of anything. Oh, thank you. I forgot to shut off. Y'all, just tell me. Everybody here knows that I'm gonna forget to do something, so they're just like, hey, did you shut off the RimWorld companion? Hey, did you change the color mode from when you were playing Disco Elysium? Hey, did you shut off your other monitor? And I'm always like, nope, thank you. Ah, I should have zooped that. We'll do this. Don't you sass me. Thank you. Yep, it is the way. So don't be afraid to be like, Hildy, your microphone's off, because that is not uncommon. I wish it was. Oh boy, do I wish it was. Okay, buddy, why are you being a punk? I know. I know how it's supposed to go. I've played this game before. I've seen this thing, I've walked this road. Oh, what is it? Oh, I've seen this floor, I've walked this road. Yeah. Battled King composing Halle fucking Lulia. 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 Halle fucking Lulia. Lulia. Okay, we're done. You chose to be here today. This is elective. Elective. But you know, the great art of clipping is historically a technique in Satisfactory, yet somehow I am not being allowed to commit, there it is, the greatest of sins that you're supposed to do, because that's how it works. Are you just not? It's like, I'm not. Oh, you bastard. I see it! I see it! Yes! 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 Girl, what? I'm already late! You can't break me! I won't play enough! Okay. Okay. We have one more little nonsense to cover. I don't have inverted corners yet, though, so that'll have to be Packager. Who's that lady? Blue collar lady. Nope, Pioneer. Not even really blue collar, just not an identity. You sold us your name and your face and your being. Says fix it. Why you upset, y'all? This was your decision. Sure it was. I'm sure it's not a capitalist hellscape back on Earth that doesn't give people the opportunity to think about decisions like this before they make them. I'm absolutely positive it's not like that. Plastic! That's right. Plastic. Plastic. Oh, okay. I remember now. Shut up, you guys. I remember now. I was gonna make a fluid buffer, and then I needed frame. And apparently I don't have large fluid buffers yet, so... Fuck me, I guess. Not live, though. This is not rated X channel. What? I don't know if you heard Yorkie, but that was very loud. It reached my microphone. It reached my microphone, gremlin. She won't meow at you when she's in your lap, though, which is what I would need for you to actually hear her. But, you know, cats. Very cat of them, as Gardock said. I hate this. I hate that a lot. I need to rethink that. I need to rethink that a lot. I do want it there, so... What we're gonna need to do then... is... Okay. I should have built this higher so I could have underground. Since this is a temporary fluid barrier thing, fluid thing, we'll just move this over. I do have the cat in my lab now, and she is very pointy because she does not understand she has claws. So if you suddenly hear a shriek, it is most likely not from cats in the game, but cats out of the game. She just doesn't... She had a fever when she was very little, so she doesn't quite understand retraction of her claws. She is a little smooth-brained, and that's why we love her. All right. Can I make packagers? I should be able to. Packager, packager, packager. No. Oh, that's right. I didn't have room. Now I do. So, packagers are... Everything about oil is both, to me, fun and a metric pain in the ass. So, obviously I've gone uphill with this, which is not the wisest move, because, of course, fluid dynamics. But it's also maybe my only move as far as where my oil is located, unless I want to... Don't say it. You're right. I should just fucking do it. Don't say it. Everything fun and a metric pain in the ass sounds about right indeed. I'm just gonna do it. You're right. Just do it, Hildy, because you're gonna want to redo it later and it's gonna take way longer. Because in the most ADHD things you've ever heard, I can't stand if it's not tidy. Like, if it's temporary, I can easily look away. But if it's in any way supposed to, even if it's like semi-permanent, like it's stage 2 of 3, and it's not aligned, I start to feel really gross. The oil... Oh, you're right, because I'm not using trains. I'm still at least gonna make this... Yeah, I can't handle the mine. I can't. So I tried to play Minecraft, and the amount of chaos that happens in that game was way too much for me. So I'm gonna just go ahead with this, but you're right, Goat. Thank you for being there to comfort me and keep me from losing my goddamn mind. Goat's like, I want you to finish Satisfactory so you'll play Factorio, so I'm gonna be here to tell you what the fuck you're doing wrong, Hildy. So I mentioned a couple times, but I'm doing that alphabet thing. Factorio is actually the next game after Fable, but because it is similar to Satisfactory in length and play style, Calame's like, get moving, I want Factorio too. Yeah, so Factorio actually is the next game after Fable, but it's not the kind of game that... I love them both. Factorio, I always have had trouble with, like, quality of life stuff, which I loaded up, made a list of things, and keep forgetting to give to Goat, because he was going to look at some mods for me to maybe solve that. But, it's just... For my headline times, my Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams, I don't give myself enough time to play a game like Satisfactory or Factorio. Because, like, a 2-hour play session for these games is really not that satisfying. So, for viewers or for the person. So I have been waiting to finish Satisfactory so that I can, and then Factorio will plug in after that. Like, Tuesday night Satisfactory are difficult because I always want to play really, really late. And especially with Victor's job is going to be in office, so actually, like, hanging out with him will basically be during stream. So I'll need to adjust staying too late on stream. Hello, Megan! I'm jealous. All of the snacks. Yeah, I know I should just get a chainsaw, but it's in a death crate, and I don't want to make another one because I've had like 5. So I'm just building around the trees for now. Anyway, we're gonna hide our shame because I already talked myself into it, even though Goat was right. This is all temporary because I don't have transportation set up. Once you have transportation, that's when you start building final factories. Like, I do have one final factory set up, my motor factory. It'll get some touch-ups, but not much. All right. Ooh, I hate that this has made it a little inclined, though. That's alright. It's... if I fuck around with that too much, I will lose the meaning of the word temporary. So we can do... for some proper load leveling. Space. Oh, I'm out of fuel, which is exactly why I want to be packaging fuel. Ha! Ha ha ha! Satisfactory players can... remind me, you can use petroleum coke in coal plants, right? Are you talking about a Pioneer launcher? Yeah, I got one of those on my base right now. It's fairly small because I was just having technical difficulties, as I often do. Like, it's just for some reason I was not succeeding at the logistics of the actual thing. But yeah, I made one to get to and from my space elevator. Isn't... Okay, thank you. There's just so much fun, stupid shit in this game. Okay, so when I was starting stream, I had YouTube up. Because I was making a parody on tradition with automation for my YouTube summary. And so, I wanted to look up the lyrics, and an ad before the video, I just found lyrics underneath a video. An ad before the video was playing a piano version of How Far I'll Go from Moana. And I legitimately thought it was Coffee Stain trolling me, because why wouldn't it be? That's how much, that to me epitomizes these devs. Is that I was like, of course they would do Moana as a joke. That's who they are! But I couldn't figure out why, which is how I realized it wasn't actually them, because usually if they're gonna troll you, it's like an anniversary or a holiday, and I was like, why? Good morning! I started late too, because morning doesn't exist in my universe either. I was also playing an incremental about gooses growing as trees, so... Your desk tree, by the way. Plant gooseplant.exe. It grows poop. Passion fruit guava bars. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Time is a flat circle, yada yada yada. That's fair. You know, truthfully, I often don't know what time it is either. Streaming has helped a little bit with that because, you know, schedule. But at the same time, it's temporary. It's temporary. It doesn't need... it's temporary. It is temporary. This is, you know... You'll just, like, wake up to the news that I, like, passed out from stress, anal retentive stress. I knew it was temporary, but they weren't evenly spaced. Couldn't handle it. It is time to get serious. Seriosa. Oh. So I think I did not unlock power, so that's fine. Everything's fine. So here we can actually split this. It does, in fact, the reason oil is so valuable and why the world is terrible is because it can actually multiplicatively produce. Like, say you want power, you can convert the residue from oil into more power while using the oil as power. So every bit gets used, and in the real world we add things to that in oil refineries and we push it through heat, but in this game it just sort of you either use remains or like they just call it like generic byproduct or something like that, or you refine the product one more time. But there are scenarios where you can have 3 refiners lined up and produce rubber, plastic, actually 4 if I'm thinking about it. Yeah, you could do rubber, plastic, petroleum coke, and heavy residue fuel with 1 chain of refineries and still have them split. I don't like to do that because the product is, you can get more product if you specialize. Point being, though, it really like drills home why oil just can't seem to go away in the real world. You see what I did there, drill? Yes, and I have been doing that, but it doesn't, it's not like Adobe where it'll show you even spacing. So they're all lined up together, but it's not evenly spaced. That's what bothers me. We do get nuclear power. It's coming. I'm not very hopeful for fusion in our world. I think people are horrible, but, you know. I also think we don't have the right people in charge for it to be safe. Not that it isn't safe. I hope that makes sense. Packaged heavy oil residue, I believe. What that is. That I don't actually want to do that. I want to package fuel itself. I mean, it's really the people in charge. Right. This is such a huge topic, but it comes down to like you can not have it collapse whole existences. You just have to, like, actually care. And they don't. And you would need to care a long time ago. Like, you would need to care years and years ago. So, I view safe nuclear power as an impossibility, at least in our time. Which is a giant bummer, because we do actually have the capabilities. We just won't invest because we'd need to lose money, a lot of money, to fix our mistakes. And obviously this is a huge generalization of a very complex topic, which has a lot of variables. I mean, yes, I consider fusion nuclear power. So when I say safe nuclear power, I mean the same thing. And I mean the development of it and production of it is still blocked by the same people. And I just, oh, what am I doing? I'm getting covered beams, which is not here at all. It's over by the space elevator. So another reason I like streaming Satisfactory is that we often have, oh shit, I'm gonna die because I'm out of fuel. Okay, I didn't, but that was bad. You gotta make sure you can use your jetpack to use the gun. That's all I gotta say about that. So, I think, yeah, it's such a, I do like Satisfactory because we do end up talking about stuff like this a lot, but it's such an enormous topic that we would have to start with very small bits of it. And even then, to have a multi-person discussion, you'd have to make sure everyone knew the same thing about nuclear fusion, because it's also a very complex process. Again, botany makes you learn a lot of weird shit. So I've directly studied its process. Really, if you want to know random-ass science, you should be a botanist, I guess. It's my advice to the universe. Here. Beams. Covered beams. That's what I'm here for. Covered beams. I can drop off some versatile frames for the space elevator on the way back. We have an ad in 3 minutes. As I've mentioned, my break screen is broken. We are live on YouTube. If you are someone who likes to skip ads and go over there, we are live. But yesterday, my OBS broke entirely because it updated itself without my permission. It has a trigger that if you say no like 30 times, it'll do it anyway. If you have updates unlocked, which I did, and now I don't. And I had to rewind everything and rebuild a lot of stuff and go back to like old versions of some of my overlays, which I did code myself and are all local JavaScript and HTML files. So it gets a little mighty obnoxious. So no break screen yet. This is also the kind of game, though, that you're not missing anything if you're after ads. Like, I'm still running in circles in the core. I am still just going like, oh yeah, I gotta get that thing now. So don't feel like you're missing out. If you would like to join the VOD YouTube, you can find it on my About page and my social links. And I do simultaneously cast to YouTube every stream. I'm not always paying attention to chat because I'm ADHD, and looking at 2 chats can be a lot. Especially with a game like Satisfactory, it can be a lot. But I do have them both running. Also, right now, my goose house plant covers half of YouTube. goose house plant. I'll show it again when we're... It's just a screenshot. Mutated? What does that even mean? You know what? We're gonna get fancy. I've been meaning to do this anyway, because this is how we're gonna co-stream with Victor eventually, and I'll never stop streaming for the rest of my life. But,
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
really, Cardog? That makes me so sad. Don't do that. Oh, in Rimworld. Oh, Jesus Christ. You literally said that to a vegan, and you're on a farm. I almost lost my goddamn mind. I was like, no! I was gonna lose my fucking mind! Like, bro! How dare you tell me that? Get out of my Okay. So your guys' background is gonna be my goose tree. It's okay. It's okay. I forgive you. I just was like, oh God. I think I unlocked a decoration. I did, a daisy. Oh, I mark what I don't want. Okay, we'll do that. That's fine. I should probably get YouTube chat over here. Like an actual professional. There we go. Oh yeah, this is what my goose tree looked like. I know you guys don't care about my goose tree, but I do, so I'm streaming, so sucks to be you. Goose tree. Oh, that's not. Oh wait, oh I see. I see what I did. Yeah, goose tree. And then I pruned it. What? How do you keep a botanist entertained? Hand her a desk tree with goose heads. How many botanists does it take to prune a goose tree? We don't know. So far, only one. I'll see myself out. Yeah, I agree on that, especially because like chicken laws are really nebulous. All right. So, here. Refiner. A player is in the way. Is that so? So we can just do this. Know what I need to do? I know what I need to do. I need to hotbar my damn pipes. All right. You, packager. Not yet, my friend. Not yet. Yeah, exactly. I've mentioned that my policies on food consumption is entirely pro homesteading. As far as like what I think is moral, independent of reality and people needing to eat a diet that's nutritious to their own bodies. You're in the way now. All right. Great. Now. And I think that is actually a really conscientious concern to have. If you could not harm a predator, having chickens is probably not the best. I mean, there are other defenses you can use other than you. But in the end of the day, a fox is going to get the heck into that cage if it wants to get into that cage, right? And you're going to lose your investment on these animals because of it. So I agree. Ooh. Okay. So let's think this through, shall we? So residual, so if I make fuel here, it would make residuals. Then I'd make residual. No, I mean, I think I just have to suck up the fact that this is why it's on a platform. A murder of crows. You're gonna befriend a murder of crows and have them murder? Get out of here. I know you're a dad, but I still can't help it. This is not acceptable. Do we have any other parents in chat? Are you a parent, Calumet? Also, if you've gone lurking and I'm calling you out, just tell me. I do have a lurk command, but like, just tell me to shut the fuck up and leave you alone. I will be like, yes. Yes, I will. Nope. That's what you get for not having it aligned. Control doesn't align these motherfuckers. It's just Godspeed, adventurer. The Jaxos will continue until morale improves. Okay. Okay. I can accept. Even if I don't like it. I like dad jokes, actually. Only because you're having a bad day did I admit that. What are you? What is this? What are you? Are you what I thought was going in there? Is that what happened? Oh. Will you do what I actually... Whatever. Are you still slightly out of line? Yes, you are. You're just out of line the other way. I'm not out of line. You're out of line. The whole system's out of line. Probably. There we go. How are you doing? Are you okay? You look okay. So now we get to bring it back from the depth over here. And ideally we have the packager facing the right way. Except we don't. Packager, packager, packager. Oh, that is the pack. That's right. This packager has more fluid banks. It's actually just an experiment for me to see. I've always wondered if having more fluid buffer affects efficiency or not, which the answer is, I think it's irrelevant. It's all just flow speed, but like flow strength, I suppose, would be better. But I still want to experiment because scientific curiosity. You're facing the wrong way again. I thought. You wouldn't have been able to go in if you were actually facing the wrong way, though. Unless this is also the wrong way? It's not. Interesting! Okay, game, that's unsettling that you would just let that go. That's fine. Are you facing the wrong way? Not even gonna find out. Just gonna fix it in advance. See what I did there? Fix it. I'll be here all week and next week. No guarantees on the week after that, though. I mean... Alright. You get in place and behave. Thank you. I'll just delete this pipe. It'll make it easier. Easier. Okay. Plans are hard. Literally everything. Everything is hard. Being alive is the worst of it all. Whatever, butthead. You can be special if you need to. Sir Tick, you are kindly, sir. If you could move, I would immensely appreciate you shifting out of the way of my shit. I would like you to not be up in my shit, my dear sir. You could be in someone else's shit. Just anyone else's shit. Ugh. Take that as a no. All right. Victory, sort of. He's also out of the way of my shit. Thanks, guy. Still not quite there yet. Now, we have to turn everything on. No? Yes? No? Okay, you are already powered. Got it. And we will put some pumps on there because fluid mechanics is awful and I hate it. And water potential on an incline never really works out unless you have a vacuum. Why, yes, I do know a fair amount of fluid mechanics. I have had to write a proof for Poiseuille's equation before. Ugh. I try not to think about it. Those of you who don't know what Poiseuille's is, it is about flow in a tube and between plates. Basically resistance and flow. Okay, all powered. Now, you are making residual blue fuel. Residual fuel. Residual fuel. You are then packaging that fuel. As are you. And are you. I don't know if that should also be you, actually. I need to use some plastic. I will need to use plastic for things. So actually... actually... You're gonna get depoted. And I suppose we'll T-junction this. This doesn't usually work out that well, y'all. Don't do this at home. I do actually have another oil well to develop, so nobody's gonna be making rubber. I made rubber so that I could have it for a thing, but now that we're done with that, okay, so heavy crude oil goes over here, heavy residue gets made, and then we need to build more space. One of you becomes a depot. Except I don't have enough sand fluctuators. Okay. That's a good rate of use. I could actually have another refinery up, but sometimes you just need to not stretch your resources. Reanimated SAM fluctuator. What do I need? Reanimated SAM. Gee! Echolalia with all the words I'm saying? Like what? my impressive vocabulary created from student debt. Alright, so while we can't have that, we'll just do some industrial storage. Well, I'm glad. If that helps. Again, streaming has taught me many things about myself, one of which is that okay, I've mentioned my childhood before. It was not healthy. And I was raised to think I had a very obnoxious voice. So, it comes as no surprise then. I feel semi-strongly a feeling of surprise, really, that people think I have a nice voice, and it is soothing. Okay. So we are stretched a little thin on our heavy oil production because I don't have a fluid buffer. No, I do have fluid buffers. Is it that you're filling, my guy? No. Yeah. I overestimated the speed of plastic production, which is pretty average to do. The thing is, if this plastic backs up, it stops producing new heavy oil. So I should probably... How are you doing? Yeah, not much better, huh? Yeah, so it needs 6 heavy oil. It produces 10 per minute. Yeah, I really overestimated that. You were always told you had a face for radio. I fucking hate that. I got told that too. And then the internet said I was cute, and now I don't know what to do. All the words, brain just repeats. I was always told I had yeah, I learned through a lot of struggles with my own voice that most people judge a voice by how they feel about the person rather than the physical quality of the voice. I've also learned, though, that there are certain tones and pitches, and apparently I have one that, like, when I'm not overly excited, even if I'm cussing up a storm, is, like, easy. It's both a compliment and an insult. It's like droning. Okay. 2 empty. Ah, god damn it! That's what's going on. I forgot. I have to make empty canisters. Is it in a packaging plant? No. It is in a constructor, I think. I would like the recipe for it, thanks. Recipes. 2 plastic. Oh, I didn't actually look at what machine, but it would, yep, it would make sense that it would be constructor. Yeah, okay, okay. Yes, I got... EO asked me to make an audiobook. I have considered starting to read books. Sleepy or horny. I mean, there's worse things. Why, yes, my tree did just poop a lot. It's fine. That's great. I have been told that I should do audiobooks, and I have considered reading, like, open-sourced audiobooks and just posting them as YouTube videos. Since I do have this nice setup. Alright, empty canister, empty can. So, let's do this. It's why your lectures are hard to focus on. PB is cursed! Even is probably one of the things I'm surprised by, but, you know, I also think I'm a good actress, and I've been told that's not the case. So. Delusion is the spice of creativity. Something, something, something. Okay, we have empty canisters, and we make a balls ton, way more than we could use for one, so we're going to split. We're gonna get a little sketty. A little skets. Horatio will just randomly appear and yell like you've never loved him ever and just be like, hello? I am alone in this awful world. Do you not understand? We will actually do this. Nope, not that one. Oh. 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 Industrial storage, please. Hi, Misrai! Oh, that's great, Cardog. I'm just like soliciting compliments. Don't mind me, Misrai. How's your day? What's for dinner? How goes the sketty? Actually, very mild comparatively. I forgot I needed containers for my shit. But otherwise, good. There's always gotta be one more step in Satisfactory. Perfect. Now I will not die from fall damage. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Pickled porks? That's insane. Also, that is Tingus Goose. It's something they have called Goose Tree EXE that you can use to make you can use to make money while you're offline. That is what is behind chat right now. As if I care about that, but you don't have to correct that here. But if you feel you need to. Well, that, I mean, obviously, that's what besties are. They just remember that shit. Okay, we're set up. How much plastic do I have in my inventory? Not enough. I mean, that's fair. That's how Ferris is. Ferris gets really, she gets really upset about grammar, but she corrects no one else but herself. She does sometimes secretly fume, which is funny. We'll mock 2 of these. All right, we have fuel. We have fuel. It begins. The fuel of it all. Hildy, rule upon! Is it a safe place for grammar Nazis here? No, for I am not a prescriptivist. I am a descriptivist. There is in fact a science behind how you choose grammar and what grammar exists or does not. I allow people to police their own shit. But policing others shall be met with frowns and linguistics lectures. You don't want them? Don't do it! Yeah, grammar, for the uninitiated, has two versions. Prescriptivist and descriptivist. Prescriptivist is what you're taught in school, E&I, etc. Descriptivist describes how people actually speak. So a descriptive grammar, this is, Merriam-Webster actually follows descriptive grammar, which is why the definition of literally changed in the dictionary, because Merriam-Webster considers how someone uses the word as its definition, as opposed to what traditional grammar says it should be. Which is what descriptivist grammar is. Like, y'all isn't supposed to be grammatically correct? Shut the fuck off. It's a plural you. That's how people use it. Shut the fuck off. I mean, it works, but it also doesn't. You know? So, a lot of grammatical rules when we speak simply disappear. And to say that we can't use them when we write is to make writing boring. Now, certain rules of written grammar are for clarity, and that would be considered part of a descriptivist grammar set. Yeah, like freezing language, it's not how it works. Language is always evolving, and it's because it's used. Anything that is used, like plants, they evolve because they breed, right? So we evolve because we breed. Well, that's the same as using or being alive. Languages are living. And France will make up words for certain things just because they don't want... This is my one semi-permanent factory, Calumet and Go. My motor factory. I gave it an elevator. See, it's official. But exactly. When you're writing, descriptivists will often say there are rules for clarity that are unclear, especially in English. So learning all of the rules makes sense, but adhering to all of them does not. Once you have a sense for how you should write in English, you can start to make common sense mistakes. That's what... Oh, why? I came here to get the shit I needed, and then I just ran in a circle. I love Spanglish. Spanglish is one of the coolest. We call them pigeons. Which are languages that are almost complete languages, right? Like Spanglish, like actual Spanglish, not just code switching, which is what, so when a Spanish speaker when you know two languages, sometimes a phrase is easier to say in the other, right? If I were an Eskimo, talking about snow would be easier than in English. So I might, when talking to someone I feel comfortable around, who I know speaks both languages, I might choose to code switch into a word that I can use. In Spanish, a lot of words for like action or attitude are much more descriptive and useful. So you'll find a lot of like emotional words or like adjectives natural Spanish and English speakers will switch into because they are shorter, quicker, and they mean more. Oftentimes it is emotional words or adjectives because when it's a second language, the inherent parts of when I say blue, there are some assumptions that as an English speaker you make about blue, and as a Spanish speaker you make about blue. In China, red is associated with weddings, right? So when you say the word red in Chinese, you might be using it in a lot of different ways than we do. So a Chinese speaker often switches into red in Chinese when it culturally makes sense, code switching. However, pidgins are different than this. Pidgins are straight rule-having languages, which Spanglish does. Yeah, rule-having languages that Spanglish does, where like you use past tense sometimes incorrectly because it's emphasis. Other pidgins are like Creole English, right? A pidgin can be recognized by speakers of both languages, but you have to learn how to speak it. So often, currently, Spanglish doesn't have like one form. It has like the American Southern form. It has like community forms, but it's definitely progressing into pidgin level than just what we would call a code switch dialect. Very interesting stuff to me, as you can see, obviously. This is where the artist formerly known as African American Vernacular English comes from. AAVE, or Black English. Yeah, they're really fun, right? And you can understand someone speaking Creole and Cajun if you speak English, but you can't speak it, right? And that's the definition of a pidgin. The definition of a dialect is you could speak it and understand it, but sort of just choose not to. Interestingly enough, one last note on languages before I go back to this. Dialects are fascinatingly ethnocentric. So, Portuguese, people who speak Portuguese understand Spanish well enough, especially those on the border of Portuguese and Spain. There's a lot of Spanigese, you know? And there are dialects of Spanish and Portuguese that are very melting potted. A Spanish first speaking person says they don't understand them. A Portuguese speaking person says they do. It's usually the larger, more dominant culture that is just a dickhead and is like, I don't understand you. But if they actually sat there and thought about it or tried, they do. Isn't that wild? Happens a ton in Chinese. Han Chinese and Cantonese are very different, but there are several dialects of Han that if someone's just a snob, they're gonna pretend they don't speak. I didn't get the motors again. They're just gonna pretend that they don't speak, or they don't understand it. Or it's actually, I don't know, it's not always pretending. It's like a 25% pretending. What do they put in Dr. Pepper that makes it so good? It used to be cocaine. Yes, romance languages, exactly. You are landing on it. Romance languages can understand each other. To a point, right? Like, if I'm in an entirely Spanish community, I'm not going to understand half of what they say. Though I do know a fair amount of Spanish that I will understand quite a bit. I'm not going to understand everything, but I will understand several things simply because I speak English and it's a romance language. And that's the same with Italian. My apologies, English is not a romance language. I'm full of shit. But English is related. It's close enough to the history of these languages. What do I... You know what? You can go. Yes, Latin origin. So I was leaning on Indo-European Latin originators. So English does go back that far, so does German. But English gets, like, destroyed by a war for a very long time. It becomes all sorts of other shit. So it classifies as a Germanic now. But this is why we teach Romance languages in schools. They are our closest relatives. Like, first off, I have never liked Dr. Pepper. I was raised in a diabetic household. So I only liked a diet for a long time because I wasn't allowed anything else. Full sugar sodas tasted weird, and they still taste weird to me. I can only drink real soda, like real sugar, like Mexican Coke and stuff. Yeah, so Dr. Pepper is just too much because I was raised... Now, Diet Dr. Pepper, I'm okay with. It's not like my favorite, but like full sugar, like raw sugar Dr. Pepper, too much. But when I started playing Fallout again... Yes. When I started playing Fallout again, I just started craving Nuka-Cola so much that I was like, I need to get some Mexican Coke stat. And so now I drink it semi-regularly. I don't know if you guys can hear the talk-to-speech, but I mentioned OBS just broke yesterday, and it just, like, I've had to redo so much that certain things are like this. Oh my god, those are worth a lot of money, Kardak. Like, they're worth, like, $500. Apparently you can just make them. They're like Sprite, Fanta, and food coloring. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to get like a 6-pack of it, and it was like 1,000. What is that in bottle caps?
It seems someone is worried about your posture, man.
It's like 4,000. It's a lot of bottle caps. Well, to be fair, Nuka Quantum's a lot more popular where bottle caps are used, so it's a lot less. Borrowing implies you'd return them. No, English doesn't English is the worst borrower, actually. English borrows the things and then is like they borrow your shirt and say, oh, this never fit her right anyway, and like add in darts and shit and hand it back and it doesn't even fit anymore. Okay, so that's worth like 100. Something like that. Like, just to buy it used on Amazon, one bottle was anywhere from 50 to 100. Oh, shit. Wait. Reverse! Yeah, I mean, it depends on how long ago you got it. When it came out, it was like $6 a bottle, but people... they didn't make enough of it, and the more the Fallout show goes on, the more people really want it. And so it's exceedingly popular. And they just don't have enough, so... all I'm saying is soda doesn't go bad. Don't drink it. This makes me miss my little Fallout cups. We used to have these little canteen Fallout cups, but they were cheap and it was painted with red. So over time, the paint just chipped off. And in a way that made it unusable. Why am I here? Oh, I'm getting Sam. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna put this out there, Captain. You really should not drink 29 in a row. Even if I believe that's how many. Hi, Dev. It's just been satisfactory. We talked about fusion energy briefly because it's just such a big topic. We talked about languages. Grammar Nazis are also not allowed here, not just Nazis. We talked about soda. We're talking about soda now. And I was like, I've never really liked Dr. Pepper, but when I played Fallout for a long time, I just started craving Mexican Coke. Yeah, I was raised by a diabetic, so it really was more of a, like, it was just too sweet. Yeah, it's been a fun stream so far. Yeah, like, it was too sweet, it was too much. Captain was like, I can drink 29 in a row, which I think is actually, is it 23 flavors or 29 flavors they say it's made out of Dr. Pepper? This one. I want this one. Thank you, Victor. You know, that is a very common sentiment. I've actually heard that quite a bit. That, zero sodas are more popular than regular sodas. I personally don't care for them. Because I was raised on diet, I can taste artificial sugar really clearly. So the artificial sugar in zero sticks out to me. It's 23. Do we have a Dr. Pepper can? Is that what you left to go get? Is there Dr. Pepper in this house? Why? We're broke. Why would we buy soda? He's like, no, it's not. Shut the fuck up. You know, and I actually really like a Dr. Pepper float. Which I know is sweeter, theoretically, but the vanilla ice cream kind of chills it out. I also like vanilla Dr. Pepper. At a movie theater, I might get that. I enjoy cherry Coke. I do not like any of the corn syrupy sodas that much. Unless they're like flavored like cherry Coke or something. It's all like the sugar ones because yeah, that blackberry one did actually slap. Because I just, one, I grew up with diabetic stuff, but two, I am someone who's never gonna be particularly thin, and when I actually cared about my body size, I stopped drinking calories. I also worked at Starbucks, so, you know, if you drink a white mocha every shift, y'all. So I just forced myself to stop drinking calories, and that resulted in me being much more sensitive to sugar. That makes sense. A Swedish person wouldn't know a float. Also, we have ads in 3 minutes. Tev, we're going back to pausing during the ads, but not for games like this, I think. You're not really missing anything. Unless we're, like, in deep conversation and I just type if we're in deep conversation. I have gotten lost on the way back to my hub. That is very special. It's a very American thing, floats. Soda shops. Very American. Old-timey. Yeah, I think soda is very American, huh? Because it was all developed in the States. Like, not necessarily soda water, but soda. Of course one of our exports slowly poisons the world. Deliciously. But still. I mean, we also brought TV, and that, you know how that went. And I think commercialized porn, like the modern commercial porn, I think we pioneered. When you talk about China, you're like, chairs, paper, gunpowder. When you talk about America, you're like, porn, hamburgers, soda, TV. What a bizarre fucking nation. This way. Ah! Savage. All right. Okay, PB. I will see you soon. Ad break! We're basically gonna run in circles waiting for cable. Cable! Dandolf! Hello! Hello! Hello, everybody! Nice to meet you, nice to see you. I'm sure I've seen some of you before. How would stream, Dandolf? Going really well. I know that you gotta go rest, but just want to hear how it went before you disappear. Gandalf streams a long time. Like, if you like having streams in the Timber's like, hi, bye. If you like having streams in the background in particular, Gandalf's great. 1, he has a British accent. It's really nice and soothing. 2, he's funny as hell. 3, he plays games that can get loud, but you know what's happening. So it's like, it's really easy to not be startled. Also, the people he collaborates with when he plays in group games are also have really nice voices, which, you know, sometimes that's a thing. I don't know about his followers, though. I kid. All right, we're waiting for Cable. Oh, we're in an ad, aren't we? Raiders came in an ad. Well, I'ma get ready for you.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
So, hello. My name is Hildy. For those of you who haven't met me, I am a variety streamer. I stream anything from Satisfactory to Baldur's Gate 2 to Tingus Goose to obscure games by Strange Scaffold and Fallout. I am currently in the midst of a project to play everything I've ever had access to. That's my Steam family library, the SNES my sister's boyfriend left at the house, and the GameCube I played at my friend's house. I have it organized alphabetically, and we roll a wheel, and then we play through it. There are break games in between each game of that letter, just to keep things spicy. Right now we're in F, and I'm playing Fable 2. Why Satisfactory, you ask? Because it was started before. Let's see. Oh, right. I always forget this part. I am a political person, and I do like to say this because some people really don't want their politics with streams. I really think you should have some politics with streams because where the world is ending. And so I do not hold back. I'm an ally. This is an LGBTQIA and F plus safe place. Furry, plural, intersex, trans. I have followers of all walks of life, and because of that, I simply can't stay quiet when they're in danger. So, if you voted for Trump and don't regret it, you will not like me. I won't like you. I'm saving you some time. I don't need 1 million followers to protect these people's sensitivities. I need a community that feels safe and we can have a lot of fun with. And if that sounds good to you, it's good to me. Let's play some Satisfactory. That rhymed. I love it. Oh, also today you will see in the corner by chat, there is a weird looking tree. I'm actually also technically streaming Tingus Goose, which is a incremental, a very weird one. And it has this little gooseplant.exe that you can have on your desktop, so you can make money while you do other things. And I would like to make money while I do other things. But it's very strange. It is a goose plant. So you're gonna see some odd-ass shit, like I'm about to click on this butt and fire off a bunch of poop. Green money poop. This game is actually really great. It's the best incremental I've ever played. And I have ADHD, I'm ADHD, I greatly enjoy incrementals. Except you're not even seeing it because I'm scuffy.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
There it is. You missed the poop. There will definitely be more. I'm growing this weird fruit here. I don't know what it does. Yeah, that is a human pig. Don't ask me. I don't have answers for you. Okay, cable. There should be enough cable. That introduction should have given me enough cable. I can't believe I went through all of that and didn't even have it showing. What is wrong with me? I took my medication.
Milestone reached. Manufacturers can receive up to 4 inputs for the production of complex parts, such as computers and heavy modular frames, but most importantly the 2 new project parts. The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of Phase 3 of Project Assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
Victor, do you need to talk about your feelings? He just finished playing Gree. And I looked over and he was just staring at the credits like his soul had leaked out of his eyeballs. He's I caught him cheating this morning. He's in New Game July. He can't play any game he's played before because we have 700 games in our Steam library. And this morning he was like, but they finally updated Dragon's Dogma so I can play it. I'm like, you have 400 hours in it. It doesn't count. So, but I recognize that he's about to start a job. So I was like, you know, you can get 1 Dragon's Dogma day in July, but then you have to wait. Yeah, Gree is a very beautiful game. So I think it was 2 streams ago, he was playing nothing but demos, and I was like, sir. And he was like, ma'am, and I was like, no, you don't understand.
Now
there are so many
a
games.
message for YouTube.
Let me list all of these games I think you'll like. And Gree stuck out to him because he really likes cute shit, and he likes animation. And Gree hits both of those notes until it steals your heart out.
Ma'am,
Throws it
someone
on the
has paid for your
ground
hydration.
and then
Shall I notify
stomps
Victor?
on it 20 times. It's still very wonderful. So like I said, they have that dev company released a follow-up, Vic, called Naya. Thank you. So Naya, I think, is a natural follow-up. I have heard it's... So people expected, you know, Gree 2, right? It's not Gree 2. Oh, that's right. I was waiting for manufacturing for one thing. Motor, rubbers. Okay, it did need smart plating. Good. I was, very annoyed that I couldn't look up the recipe because I have all this smart plating lying around. I'll just do this. Yeah, continues like, hey, do you need more catharsis? Let's give you more catharsis. And you're like, no, okay, I'm good. I promise, I'm good. And they're like, nah, you're not really good. Not really. I am looking for a dude that is not in my list, I think. Irritating. rifle? When did we get a rifle? That's normal. Miv! Hi! I'm getting raided left and right. All right, hold on.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
Hello! Sorry, raiders who already came. You get to hear this again. My name is Hildy. I am a varieties streamer. I stream anything from Satisfactory to Tingus Goose to Fable 2 to Fallout to obscure games by Strange Scaffold. And I'm in the process of streaming everything I've ever had exposure to. That is the SNES that my sister's boyfriend left behind and the GameCube that I played at my friend's house for a week. We've organized it alphabetically. We roll a wheel and then we work through that letter. Right now we're in the letter F, has games like Factorio, Fallout, all of Final Fantasy, FromSoft. Don't at me, there's logic behind it. And in between each game, we have a break game to keep things interesting. We roll the wheel for those two, and they're just single games, not games in a series. I am an ally as well as a queer-ass bitch. This is an LGBTQIA+ and F safe place. That's plural, furry, intersex, trans. Be you, and I'm on your side. The one person's side I'm not on is someone who does not regret voting for Trump in the last election. A Nazi. I won't like you. You won't like me. And it's okay. Let's just part now before there's drama, right? I am a political person, but that's because I fully believe that you cannot be friends with people in danger if you won't stand up for them when the time is right. Occasionally it gets uncomfortable, but for the most part, we just laugh in sarcasm and cry together. If that sounds good to you, it's good to me. Let's play some Satisfactory. There's one thing to show you when we get to gameplay.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
In gameplay land, you will see by chat this little tree. This is from Tingus Goose, and the best incremental game I've ever played. Very weird. See this little pig here? He is a pig human. These are goose heads. These fruits will eventually crack open. This is a way for me to make money while I'm doing something else. And I thought, hey, you guys might want to see some very bizarre things that are going on my desktop. So there it is. It lives there. Enjoy. Occasionally you'll see green. Thank you. I've been working on that pitch for a very, very, very long time. And I finally got it down, I think. It took me a while because it is a little awkward to say, like, by the way, I'm gonna talk about bullshit, you know, like I'm nice, I swear, I'm friendly, I swear, but I just, like, I don't want to deal with that, and my followers, I protect them from that. That's the point. You know, you may not get to completely escape from the real world here, but you definitely don't have the people who want you to hurt here, you know? I make sure they're gone. So, it took me a while, but I'm feeling pretty good about it. Thank you, Miv. Miv is, I look at Miv as my skunk mentor in a lot of ways because she runs a channel that I very much emulate. She too very much speaks her mind and is not afraid to stand up for what she believes in, to be emotional, to talk about difficult things. She also plays a lot of really interesting games. She plays a lot of, I should actually be like professional and do shout outs, you know. Unfortunately, my OBS broke yesterday. Haven't recreated all of my fancy alerts yet because I had to redo my Firebot to redo my OBS. So Miv plays puzzle games, like crafters games, like Graveyard Keeper, Stardew Valley, and also, but is known. That is a high recommendation because Miv does like a lot of games I do. So, and Miv is also as critical as I do. In her Discord, she does a lot of reviews, which I really enjoy. So, Esoteric Ebb is something I've been eyeballing. I think though, Miv, you're really known for like deck building, right? Deck builders? And like roguelite elements in your games? There's a couple of deck building devs who have contacted Miv to do reviews on their early access and demo models. So, in particular, you like things like Slay the Spire, Monster Train, those sorts of things. Miv streams a lot of those. Finally found it. Adaptive control unit. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, actually. My favorite personal genre are like... I don't even know how to... Metafictional horror? Like... Hand me Buddy Simulator 1984 or Inscription or something like that, and I will eat it alive. But I tend to do those offline. I like to do most of my streaming blind. So of course these will show up in my list and they won't be blind. But because I do most of my streaming blind, I've been very particular to make sure it's only like my absolute favorites or games I really want to play. Like Titanium Court technically fits in this genre, I think, of flipping the genres over, right? But I don't always stream them because I want to play them. Automated wiring needs. Okay. Circuit board needs. Okay. There is actually a game called Roguelite Deck Builder in all caps that I can only presume is a troll game, but it is about building decks. Yeah, it's fine. It's funny, and it's worth, you know, the 2 hours you're gonna put into it. I haven't gone deep. If there is a huge twist to it, like most games that are... There's like a whole swath of games that... For people who played Cookie Clicker are like, let me put something horrific at the end. I don't know if there is something for that, so don't spoil me. But as far as I know, there isn't. It takes its humor very seriously. Alright. We're gonna do some power plants, I think. I think it's time for that. We're gonna make some coal over here. We have compacted coal. And we're not really using it. And then I think manufacturing, I think it's time to start looking at trains and making decisions on final bases. So we're gonna do about, I don't know, 2 floors of coal plants here, I think. And just pray my coal supply holds out. And then we're gonna go exploring for hard drives and just good shit. And while we're doing that, we're gonna think about where we want to build. Oh my gosh. Of course. Raiding and running is always allowed in my universe. You enjoy, have lots of fun, eat a tasty dinner. Feed the Emmy. So many geese. If that were a bonsai, that goose plant were a bonsai, that would literally be the ugliest bonsai. It would lose every competition. The branches are so terrible. I am no good, very bad at bonsais. Apparently. This has taught me that. I am delighted it exists, though. And 100% legitimately, I did not know that you could run 2 games at the same time on Steam. I truthfully did not know. Okay, we got stators. Are my extra rotors downstairs? I'm going to guess that's what's happening then. So you are motors, correct? Is something broken? No. It's just a kintsugi bonsai. I don't think those exist. Just like putting gold between the branches, like. This is fair. Glues. Ooh. Okay. I'm using those rotors mighty fast. Don't you out-botany me! Yeah, it would. Eh. Yeah, gold leaf or foil, something like that. It would have to be very small, because trees do exhale a fair amount, especially tiny-ass bonsais. They exhale a fair amount through their bark. It's like, I mean, well, it's dead skin. So if you don't exfoliate, it's very bad for your body, just like it's very bad for a tree. It is really cool. Trees are super bonkers, right? Like, I can just staple something to you and you will just say it's mine. And you're just gonna be okay with that? Really? It's always such a pain in the ass doing this without putting in floors, and I just don't want to put in floors because I don't need them underneath this. Well, I guess I do if I don't want to be annoyed by the pain in the assness. The nature version of licking things to claim them as your own. I know! It's so weird. It's so cool. However, I will say I was never much of a tree person in my botany program. Everybody was like, TA Hildy, I have questions about the cork cambium. And I was like, ask the teacher. It's amazing, the botany of a tree. and I know the gist, but I was there for the succulents. That's what it was, and it's what it continues to be. Succulents, the love of my life, and bees, and wasps. Boy, do I love me some bees and wasps. I don't know. I don't know why trees are boring to me. Makes me a bad bog witch. I'm sorry, trees. Yellow jackets, which are technically a type of wasp. They're in the same family, Vespula. They are better pollinators than bees. 1,000 times better. The adults do not eat meat. They eat nectar. Yeah. So, like, please don't burn yellow jackets. That's actually something that, you know, a lot of people recommend, is to go burn their nests. But yellow jackets they're not your enemy. Their young eat meat, and adults only collect meat to feed their young. They eat nectar, and sugar, and that's actually why they're so good at pollinating, is because they literally can't digest it necessarily. They, like, get a rush from it, and they slowly starve while they collect meat for their kids. They're just really gentle, sweet things that will fuck you up if you get near their children. They're Karens. They're very aggressive. They're like the Karen who had to change her name because Karens had a bad rap, but is still kind of aggressive. That's a yellow jacket. I don't want to do that, though. I want to do right here, please. Yeah. So, please be kind to yellow jackets. Public service announcement. The whole reason I learned any of this was because I would go out in my garden and I thought adorable little ass bees were sleeping in my flowers and doing shit like that. And they were fucking yellow jackets, and I was just that ditzy. And so I was like, when I realized that I'm a wasp whisperer and that I can apparently just not get fucked up by wasps. Yeah. If you want to help bees, it's actually water. So bees get foragers, and explorer bees are sent out, and they're just sent on these wild flights where they don't stop, and they get very, very exhausted. And if there's not a lake nearby or something like that, they overheat and die. So if you put out little water dishes for bees, it is the most helpful, or liquid sugar, because they make their own honey. So if you put out honey, it's not from their hive. So they're just gonna be like, I guess thanks, bro. You know? Oh, a gem. So,
Tell me what you think, Yorkie.
oops.
You think it's terrible? Tell me what you think, Yorkie.
I, accidentally clicked on a scene instead of my tree. Yeah, so helping them with water is the best. If you have the resources and you're on a farm, helping them with like beheading some flowers and putting it by the water dish would also be really good for the bee. Because then they can still get some pollen. So if you're a forager, you can't go home till you have nectar or pollen and enough of it. If you're looking for a hive, you just have to fly until you pass out. It's like being a fucking bee is really hard. Yes. Let dandelions, clover in particular, has actually co-evolved with bees to have a high point of nectar at noon. So bees tend to forage starting around 11 and they go to like 2. It varies depending on temperature. Essentially, when the hive is too hot. So there are bees whose entire job is just to flap their wings and be air conditioning. And when it gets too hot to keep everyone cool, that's when the foragers, explorers go out so that the queen can stay cool. And clover itself, when you monitor, all plants have different nectar levels during the day. It's like a hormonal cycle which produce nectar. And if you measure clover, it actually peaks when bees in the area are foraging. Wild, right? That was going to be what my PhD was about until Trump. I have reasons to be better. Okay, fine. Oh, it's hideous, but we'll live. I think I can make it less hideous by adjusting like this. You stop. Yes! Yes! Actually, magnolias are the first modern flower that isn't water-based. So water lilies, the way they look now, it's a very specific genus of water lilies, but in general, the way water lilies look now is how it was the first, what we could say, modern flower. It's a type of flower called a monocot. The definition for monocot and dicot is really stupid. A type of plant called a monocot. It's really not stupid, but it's hard to like look at and just decide. It is not how many leaves the seedling has, no matter what people say. It is about pollen aperture, right? Yeah, that's a lot. So I vastly encourage people to not worry about that part, but to, but just what is typical of a monocot is whorls of 3. So a whorl is a body, it's one of the 4 body parts of a flower. So magnolias, you see their petals are all in 3s. Petals would be a whorl. Magnolias are the first land-based flower to get to the point where we know they look like that. It's followed by most of the aroids, lilies, and the irises. Thank you. I feel so bad for lurkers because whenever this comes up, they're like, but I love it too much to get rid of it. Please, please. I actually engineered that. So every bit of music, everything on my channel that I use, except sound clips directly from games, and even the sound clips, I ripped myself, I made myself. I can't sing like that. Full disclosure, that is an AI voice. However, I wrote the melody, I did the instrumentation, and then found an AI voice. I have no problem telling people that it is AI, and if they are troubled by that, I'm sorry. I'm not making any money. And I'm not selling it as an album. I'm using it for a plant theme song. It was obviously trained in unethical ways, but I am in the process of installing my own LLM in order to develop it into my own vocal server so that I can avoid that. I can train it on my own. I have lots of people I know who sing very well. Regardless, I really like it, and so I like to listen. Yeah, I know. This is not the wisest use of resources, but I kind of want to get to exploring. So, I'll live, and you'll live. I do not have the same passionate anti-AI feelings as everyone else because I'm a realist in the end of days, and AI isn't going anywhere. So I'm trying to figure out how to live life ethically with AI as opposed to eliminating it. It'll be the Oracle. Actually, that would be pretty cool. Yeah, like, in our lifetime, in my lifetime, no, in many people's lifetimes, we're not going to get rid of AI. So, we will be able to force it to be ethical. I fully believe that. But we're not going to do that through not engaging with it. Quite the opposite. So, my philosophy is, in general, trying to use it ethically, responsibly, not profit off of stolen work, and, you know, should I ever start making a lot of money streaming, I will go hire someone to sing my plant theme song. Right now we can't pay rent. Which is something that Root Trees Are Dead did. And I was talking with Misore about that. and it's something that I think is really wise, is, well, if you cannot afford to, say, pay an artist and you're using AI art, well, okay, don't make money off it. Or make like a small enough amount to earn enough to pay an artist, right? And then when you have the money, this is what they did, when you have the money, go back and get the art paid for. I think that's probably the most ethical use of resources right now, is to even the playing field for indie developers, and to remove the barrier that poverty creates in art.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
How did I split this? Where are these going? Where are you coming from? Oh, I did make 3. Okay. That's that spiel, but essentially, when purchasing games, one, I think AI slop is a really reductive way to handle something that reduces the barrier between the poor and rich. 2, when buying a game, I look at the size of the developer, and I look at as much of their financials and previous successes as I can understand. So if they have used AI, I try to understand where their finances are coming from. Often I'm disappointed. There have been a few games that haven't been like that. Claire is one of them. But usually it's a little disappointing. Let's see. We can drop those. We'll keep this. We'll craft those. Drop these. Yeah, we should drop this compact. What do you guys think about AI? I'm perfectly comfortable being condemned for my stance on AI, by the way. You don't have to be polite to me. Well, okay, be civil. But you don't have to protect my feelings. This is part of... That's fair. I've considered that too, that are we really just pushing ourselves into something we don't understand, and it's far more dangerous than just making a theme song, right? And is mucking around in it worse? Oh, yeah. The resource drain, I cannot stand. I do not understand why these rural markets vote for data centers. Absolutely ignoring the people who grow their food and what the people who grow their food need. It's a fucking shame. Like, traders, all of them. I know that's pretty extreme, but it's also, you know, you're literally saying my neighbors don't deserve to drink so that I can have ChatGPT or something, right? Like, Bro. Bro. What are we gonna do here? Railway signaling will be necessary, but that means making a computer. I'm not ready. We can do this. Yeah, I am really proud of the farmers and rural livers who the people who will protect themselves and their community from it. That, you know, AI being a red thing blows my mind because, but then again, what even is the Republican Party but make money? Who cares? You know, it used to be the idea that they were about conservatism. And in my mind, AI is not conservative. And it directly harms their voting base. But that's not really things we can navigate anymore in a logical way. I mean, I honestly think in a different universe where a country hasn't lost its mind, it's the Democrats pushing for AI. Oh, absolutely. We were on the same brain cell there, Kardak. Is I think, you know, the absolute like fascist march of the opposite aisle has forced these greedy, useless old people to stand against AI, even if they actually don't want to. This is the perfect game for these discussions. This is what this game is. It is literally exploit. I keep forgetting to craft the things I want before I go. You like get rewarded for exploiting. Yeah, whatever. You know, I mean this with as little insult as I humanly can. Like surveillance states, I don't understand, so I instinctually have been trained to think conspiracy. I do believe we're under surveillance. That's why I meant, like, please let me finish because I'm not meaning to throw it out. But more that I can't really speak to it. I'm sure you've noticed by now I try not to speak to things that I haven't looked into myself because I can't find resources that aren't conspiracy theorist nutters. So, and it is something I need to read myself and find myself so that I can feel like I'm not being manipulated. And I just can't find it. Where am I getting these empty? Where? What makes? What is in? Oh, that's right, because I have. Yes, I have read Snowden's book long enough ago that I have to like redo. um yeah. I had thought, I guess it wasn't Snowden who transitioned. Someone involved with that did transition. Chelsea Manning, thank you. I will say, I think Snowden is an asshole because he pitches voting for third parties when there's Nazis around. We should be allowed to vote for whoever we want, but we are obligated to help the people who we know. Ah, yes, okay, thank you. You did! Do you not... We were kind of rolling it up. Do you have questions? Do you have opinions? Yeah, hi. Yeah, I was actually saying that I don't know enough about it to really get into it. And they were when it comes to politics.
Milestone reached. It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available. Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Caterium will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered generator. Your research into this element was valuable. In fact, you in particular are my most valuable pioneer, but don't tell the others I said that, it would be bad for morale.
Data. It is from Tingus Goose, which is an incremental. It's a very bizarre incremental. I'm sorry, you told me to explode it, and then it gave me nothing, you dickhead. So it is basically about flourishing goose trees. And I very much enjoy it. Wait. Oh, that's right. I already did that. And it's oddly wholesome. Yeah, we'll do power slugs. It's very oddly wholesome because of things. But this is sort of a way to incrementally make money while you're not playing it. As it is an incrementer, the best incrementer I've ever played in my life. And I would like to make money. But I figured if I'm gonna do it, if I'm gonna stream, I might as well stream that too. So you get a little, like, goose tree action. I do encourage you to not be neutral. Apolitical stances are stances. All the same. So if you want your stance to be nothing, be neutral. But I don't think many people want to stand for nothing. That is my advice. Ooh, can I do it? Can I get up there? Yes! Aw, boogers. I'm gonna die. I just got up here. No, I'm not gonna die. Hooray! That's fair, Captain. And we have talked about your religion before. I would say that your religion would be then, when we're speaking of politics, that would be your moral compass. So you could easily say, I'm a faithful person who believes in loving all people, instead of saying I'm neutral. And then that would also give you something to not appear like you don't have an opinion or like a stance, but, you know... Oh no, Captain... I've said there's no God a million times in front of Captain. Captain is a very down-to-earth Christian. And I mean that not even insulting Christians, just that it's nice to be able to talk to someone faithful who doesn't get upset if you speak the way everyone else does. So I think I would say you're not neutral in so much as you're faithful. And so you follow Jesus's words, you're faithful, and you love everyone. And then you can sort of leave the conversation. But that does tell people you're on the right side of history, instead of saying you don't stand on one. Does that make sense? Yeah. Like, basically, don't say you fucking suck. That's generally how Captain rolls. Like, I have a hermaphroditic, bisexual, queer as fuck RimWorld community, and Captain was like, yeah, put me in there! So, I'm just gonna say, you should not suspect that Captain is hateful in any way, despite the unfortunate presentation of several Christians. Which is really unfortunate. For some people, faith is very important, and they need it to explain the world around them, and I don't think that is less. I don't think that is less than anyone. I think it is a shame that it can be twisted. we went into ads, so I thought I'd cap off that conversation. Yeah, essentially cap it off because, you know, it's not like a zoo. Look! The wild Christian! Even though for a bog witch like me. No, I kid. Over there! Mark! The wild... Oh my god. Christian bog witch slash. Yeah, so let's not make a zoo of the wild Christian. That is impolite, and we love Captain quite a bit. So, I am currently on a journey to find power sluggies to turn them into power staffs. But I'm also scoping out locations for a permanent base because I now have the things I need to make trains. So I am doing a thorough explore. So that I can theoretically find like where the Tralfalmadorians and Kurt Vonnegut. Anyway, so I can find dope shit. Oh. Okay. They put it in a rock, and then they put it in some sulfur. I'm sorry, Power Slug. That feels like it would be a really horrible existence, like just living in rotten eggs the whole time. Okay, oh, Cap, I did want to ask you. I wanted to ask you. What do you mean by bloody stream? I'm old. Please help me. I wonder if Cap ran because we were... Yes, it would make sense. Come back later. Tell me what bloody stream means. I just don't want to get involved with that at all. That just looks like it's not a good time. I guess I could make a floating base. You know, like... Honestly, Captain... I feel like you're especially one to understand that because so many people have trauma with Christians being just unfortunate as fuck. And it's the same. It's the same all the way around, right? Like, it's really hard to get over. There can be some fucking turbo... Like, honestly, some Buddhists really are not Buddhist. They are just mean. There you are. Gotta put it out there. You know, if suffering is fine, I get it, but that doesn't mean you have to make me suffer right now, buddy. We just say it when you're gone, shot in behind your back. So here's how I met Shotten. I was playing The Witness, and it was a day stream, and it was like Shotten and I think Zem, and Zem had to go. Maybe Misroy. And it's just Shotten and I, and Shotten's like, I literally made this name because I love to go watch people suffer in The Witness. And I was like, well, hi. And then we started talking about autism and our families. And I was like, haha, you're gonna come back now. And that's what happened. And he's been a pain in my fucking ass ever since. He did teach me what clanker was. Oh, what is... What? It is fun to bully me. Because I am a ditz. What does bloody stream? Bloody stream. What does it mean? What does it mean? Too old for this. No, that is a big boy who is mad. Very mad. Nope. Missed. There we go. I don't know how a fucking flesh and... Oh, I didn't know the name of... I didn't know the name of the song. I'm with it now. I'm on the same page. Finally! Stay down. Oh god, I gotta prune. This tree is getting wild. I gotta prune this shit. Hold on. It's the auto mod. Automod has been on one since they were talking about making Discord verify people. It's been really like on a tear.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible?
Ronald Bill. Is that really his middle name, Billy?
Is it horrible? Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
No, so what happens is when I prune my little goose tree, it'll sometimes read clicks behind it. And so I accidentally click on a new scene in OBS. I was just like, no. I was deciding whether I was gonna laugh or play along. Like, am I gonna play along with the Christian who says he doesn't know what Harry Potter is? Or am I gonna call his bullshit? No. Shonen doesn't want to murder, just cause pain. Crucio is torture. I had an adjusted childhood. Yeah, shonen isn't about murder. Shonen is about long-form torture. Hi. You suck. I'm not happy to see you. Hello. Oh shit, oh shit. What a time for an autosave falling off a cliff.
Organs and veins are grown, and bones are dug into our walls. The temple gift is being desecrated. Our notes are sour still. Harmony follows many star journeys.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics. How fascinating to once again solve a true mystery, to be unable to create any accurate predictions.
See? Ultimate ship. Ultimate ship. Okay, okay, where the fuck are you guys? Enough of this! Oh, I'm out of inhalers? That sucks. No, I'm not. I don't know what happened. But I do need to get my actual railgun equipped. Sorry, coffee cup. I also need to just find a spot where they're not trying to kill me, so I can do it. Alright, railgun. Alright. Actually, they added a straight rifle. I was like, what is that? I was looking at recipes for other shit, and then kablamo. There's a rifle. Yeah, there's a rifle! As soon as I'm not about to die, I will load up the recipe for you. I will proof. My god. Ah! Jesus.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're alone now. The beating of my heart is the only sound. Nope, hissing. Running pause. Hissing. It is not the only sound. Directional subtitles have told me so. Okay, because I don't have it directly unlocked. Computer? I think it was the computer that was in it. Or adaptive control unit, maybe? I was, so what was, I was looking through, recipes, just figuring out what I'd need to set up for. And as I was looking through, I found the fucking rifle. It had something that made a lot of sense, like maybe a modular frame or hole.
Motor? Was it a motor? Rifle. Here it is. 2 motor, 10 rubber, 25 steel pipe, 250 screws. Yeah, I hadn't played in a year either, and I was like, rifle! Right? Drive. Yes. This is partially what I wanted to find. There's a few recipes I really, really, really want. Yeah, I run with latency, y'all. And I do that because I do simul stream to YouTube. That it is a lot on a computer to do everything simultaneous, like to do everything at the same time. And Volsung is a beast. Why, yes, Karadak, my computer is named Volsung. Volsung is a beast, but not like, you know, not actually a Volsung. Yeah, my first like anonymous internet handle was Siegfried. For Siegfried. And then I made it Siegfriedstat because the first time I used it in a game was for a city builder. So now I call a lot of things Siegfriedstat. And will often name things that. Brunhilde came about because I was like, well, I am an ice queen. And I'm not really, you know, Siegfried's an asshole. I just like the legends. So I was like, I'm not really that much of an asshole. Those of you who don't know, Brunhilde is the mythological queen of Iceland. And her power, because dudes, rested in her virginity. And in the later tellings of the story, Siegfried basically manipulates her into giving it to him. And she was literally referred to as the Ice Queen or Ice Princess, and that's where the terminology, at least in Northern European languages, developed. You should call your Surtur. Love when I'm working on a team and somebody addresses an issue that has been plaguing us, but instead of bringing it up because they have an idea, they just said someone... I know! Isn't that so helpful? It's just amazing. Oh yeah, you definitely should call it Surtur. Yeah, AMD does, like... I, too, have AMD, and it does run hot as fuck. At least my motherboard is AMD. My actual core processor is Intel. Actually, no, I think it is. No, yeah, it is AMD, sorry. Yes. My graphics card is NVIDIA, but from GeForce, which is also half the price, same performance. Okay, I hate that. You know, Captain, my old job was a lot like that. Like, that's what Vic has a Radeon. a radio... No, he doesn't. He did, and there's a Radeon in the house, but he has a GeForce 3060. I would, like, play around or make a joke, and I would be told I'm unprofessional simply because they didn't like that I critiqued them for not actually having solutions to problems. It was maddening. I'm so sorry you're going through that. You mean they should do their job, right? Like, if they're coming to you with a problem saying someone should fix it, and it's in their purview, they should do their job. It's simple as that. I fucking hate when people act like it's not their responsibility. Oh. What do I want to do about this? Right. The problem straight up isn't you being unprofessional. The problem is someone not doing their job. You, motherfucker. Exactly. You, motherfucker. It's someone just not doing their job and trying to, and people forget that their job is also to think of things, right? Their job is to also use your brain. Not just do the things on your job list. They're not just saying, you know, self-starter. They're saying problem solve. It can be very difficult working in a team that doesn't, like, value that. And doesn't value critique. Oh, I see you, Mercer Sphere. Was gonna miss you. Okay, okay, okay. Let's enough of this, motherfucker. Let's you and me agree. Oh, did you die? Okay, great. Like, guys, we need engagement for people joining the team. It's almost like I've been doing that and sharing what results I get.
The effigy only sings when you compose.
I was not built to use organic components for communication. I am adjusting.
The effigies make a flow. You are not the current.
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
We'll do this. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, maybe I've been trying. Do you have ideas? Maybe you could tell me what I'm not doing right. Maybe we could workshop. And then you just sit there and they're like, I ran into the problem because I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I ran into the problem of people just really like, well, I don't want to be mean. And I was like, why? It's not mean. Just, it's not mean. It's professional. If someone's doing something that you would rather them do it some other way, it's literally professional. Why? No answer. Just simplifying some of my inventory. We don't need 2 iron rods. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here we don't need. We have it in the cloud. Coming back with leaves is important, but we don't need to come back with this many. It's just frustrating. And it's perfectly fine venting. Like, maybe there is a solution, but you be here to bitch about it. I'm here with you. Honestly. And it's like, you don't even have to be that smart, because it's not like about what you know. It's literally just about whether you can, like, you know, tie your shoes without asking for help. I don't need you to be a genius. Whoa. I need you to be... Holy bonkers, my tree! Hold on. What is going on with you? Okay. Ah! That's, I mean, okay. Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from with that. Like, I'm really not socially smart as I need to be. I will just be blunt. I like to say I'm not good at fiddly shit. I'm like a bull in a china shop. I'm not good at fiddly shit. And that includes being communicationally fiddly. I'm better at communication than that implies, but not by much. Definitely not by much. No, it's okay. I gave you permission. You know, I have what, like 160 followers? Maybe like, don't tell me how many viewers, I don't want to know, but maybe like, I cap out about like 11 viewers unless I've been rated, right? But I think, to toot my own horn, part of the reason that people come back is because I want to talk to you. I actually like really want to talk to you. So, right. Like, to me, there's a minimum self-awareness for me to respect working with you. And I don't know if I should call it bravery. Maybe I will, but like a minimum, I don't know, chutzpah. No, right? So one of the streamer friends I have are actually often very amazed by this, because I will have more consistent attendance to my streams and more viewers on the whole than they will, and they will have 5 to 10 times more followers than me. And I don't know how. It's just is. Yeah, I think I also didn't watch streamer. Like I enjoy streamers now because I've been able to find streamers I like. But like, and this is no offense to big streamers, they just didn't speak about things I cared about. Yes. I want to make a community, and that usually means knowing you guys. I want to know what to call you. You know, I want to know how your day has been. And so, And I can be a little, like, not everybody's comfortable with the occasional political bullshit. But that's not the community I want, right? I want a community that if somebody suddenly doesn't clock in for a stream, they're always there. We'll worry about them. Right. That's really, I think there's a phase when you're starting to approach follower that you start to view people as statistics. For me, I've already done the research. VIP chat is what I would turn on, and to become someone who is a VIP. Well, right. Like, exactly, Captain. This is literally like discomfort is pretty easy to avoid in a stream. You can mute me. If it's so offensive to you, then I think you have to think about yourself more than what I'm saying. But, you know, it becomes this idea of like progression and making money. If I were to make money for this, I would want to make money because people care. We do treat it like a job in my house, and I would like to grow. And VIP chat can be done in such a way that I could make people who've been with me for years VIPs, and they could be chat. And that is actually what I would do. Because I personally don't see, like, subscriber chat. That's not fair. Poor people are super interesting, you know? Right. Also that, right? That's what I mean by, like, discomfort, right? Like, I specifically don't want to talk about this. So I'm not going to chat for that. But someone's opinion isn't so offensive for me that it shuts me down entirely. The fact that we've gotten to a point where we can't even share political opinions without shutting down is really a problem. Like, that's the problem. It's not the opinions. It's not the positions. Which, by the way, keeping people alive, not an opinion. But things like the economy or whatever. Speaking about... Enjoy, Cardock. Speaking about those things shouldn't be considered brave. And it shouldn't be considered alienating, right? This is a huge problem. It's a huge, and honestly, I think you can make an allegory to being religious as well. Speaking about your religion at all is a huge problem right now because of what people have created before you. It's ridiculous. Right. Because if you are upset about most of the things I talk about, you're probably racist, sexist, or something, and you really shouldn't be here anyway because you won't like me and I don't like you and we're just not going to get along. Otherwise, it's just like, oh, well, I don't really agree with that, or I don't really like want to engage because it's not really worth the discussion, like, whatever. You know? So then move on. But that's generally why I say I'm political and why I don't think it's a problem and why I'm surprised when people find it a problem. Like you can't be civil or like you can't talk to someone you don't agree with. You know, there's a level where like, you know, we got people doing Nazi salutes and stuff, right? Like, and I will always gently call you on it, right? Because that's just who I am. But I think that's fine. There's no obligation to engage with what you don't want to engage with. At the very most. Yeah. Yeah. That's how I run my channel, which I know is different than other streamers, but I think that I like to just leave a minor on things when I cross them. But I think that might be part of why I have more dedicated viewers. Is because I do try to You know, that's probably one of the highest compliments you could give me. I'm 41, man. So for you to say that I am, you know, thinking or speaking in such a way that is refreshing or new or that you should care, that's, you know, that's pretty cool. Thank you. Yeah. I don't mean to, like, this is a little bit of a vent because, you know, yeah, I am. I turned 41 in May. I know. I don't act like an adult, do I? I have magic skin. I have not... there was maybe like 5 years I actually took care of it with a skin regimen. I was born this way. May 27th. I was actually born on, like, the Monday you celebrate Memorial Day. So, every 12 years or so. Yes! Nikki, how are you? I want some orca facts! It's been a minute! Look at your cute little avatar. Hi. Let's not and say we did, guys. I did know that. But you know when you know something and you forget? Like, I wouldn't have been able to tell someone until you reminded me of that now. It would have been just, like, in my subconscious forever. Dolphins are dicks. No, I don't, actually. Not at all. Ooh, circuit boards. Heck yeah. Computers! Oh my goodness. I might be able to upgrade them, ma'am. Once a Spanish sailor described them in a book as whale killers. It got mistranslated to killer whales. Oh man. That's really cool. Where's your... There it is. 100 megawatts. Can I make a biofuel thing right now? Oh, I could make a refinery real quick, though. Great. Let's do that. Oh, wait. It won't let me without a direct. Yeah, so it'd have to be... Can I get a... Guess it can if you throw... Ultra max it! Okay. You know, I'm not surprised. I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me. Ooh, Mercer Sphere. Is that why there were so many butt heads? Oh, I've been okay. I got Nightmare King Grim, moved on from Hollow Knight for a little bit. Went through some really risky times with money, and then at the 11th hour, Victor got a job. So it was really awesome. Turned 41, which Captain was just saying can't be true. It is, though.
Are you a temple?
If I had a body, it would be a temple.
You have no body?
I don't think we're on the same line here.
You see lines where there are curves, shallows where there are depths, consume our blood.
I will continue gathering data, I suppose.
Well, thank you. If I had my hair differently, you'd definitely see gray, and you would not say that, but... Not yet. Not yet. But we also haven't formally received anything, and I think it's gonna be okay. It was really cool, actually. A lot of people helped us with a GoFundMe. So, like, we were talking about relative size and engagement on streams, and, you know, I was just talking some business, which is actually a faux pas, but whatever. You would call turkey on your drug of choice. Oh my god. Are you alive? Caffeine. That caffeine headaches are fucking awful. Lord, my Atlanta. Get off my oh god! Do you see how much bigger it is than everything? Oh god. Oh god. No! No, 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 no! Don't yell at me! Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? You're dead. Oh, Lord. Oh my god. I fucking hate mama stingers. They're terrifying. Ooh, I'm sorry. Don't stay here if you if you can't, I'm happy you stopped by. What have you been up to? Was it just like school is busy or life got crazy? I mean, you could also just be like, I wasn't watching you, bitch, and I will take that perfectly fine, too. You know, that is actually... The placebo effect, psychosomatic effect, is very strong. I know. I know. I used all my bombs. But I didn't. Well, I did, because I don't have the right detonator. Considering this as a possible formal base location. There's like a big flat desert as well, but that's where Oddish is building, and it feels weird to build in the same spot.
Now displaying a message for YouTube.
Oh. I mean, obviously you're able to talk about it, but I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. I mean, if that's how you feel, and if that's how you roll, now I know. I'm not entirely too parasocial about it, but I do worry sometimes if someone was around a lot and then they go. Like, if I know that's your habit, then I'm like, alright, whatever, I'll see you. But I always worry a little bit, just because, until I know that about someone. No! Where the fuck you been? Speaking of people who disappear, this one. This one doesn't have an excuse. Hi, Nero. Nero's like, I'm never coming back. I know, life is rough. Okay. Well, Nikki, we won't pepper you with questions or anything like that. But you're welcome to just say, I feel fucking sad as hell every once in a while. You know, it may just be us saying that really sucks, but sometimes it's just nice to have a bunch of strangers care. Like, I'm happy to see you too, Nero. When I was going through some of the worst in my life, I would just tell people the story. And it just, like, helped that tiny bit. You know, to be able to tell someone it was real. So, I hope we've been able to at least help with that. And cats are miraculous creatures that should get more credit. Why, yes, that is a bunch of poop worth money. The game's called Tingus Goose. I don't judge you. Let's prune. Let's prune. You're getting a little wild there, guy. Aww. Okay, I have to prune something. It's not letting me undo it. I wanted to hit this guy before I pruned. Welcome back, Cardog. Yeah, like, I mean, and you don't want it to be a thing, right? Like, Goose Bonsai is going strong. No, Mrs. Norris is the cute-ass name, regardless of where it comes from. It's, like, that's just a cute name. I'm here for a Mrs. Norris cat. Hi, Doggo. Yeah, I kind of like this area. I like the trees in it aesthetically. My opinion on tortillas? I cannot change the fact that I am a white person. And I love a good Midwestern taco. I also, engage with flour tortillas. I like a fried flour tortilla. I like tortillas in general. I was raised... yes. In the middle of the night... Thanks, Vic. Now I have to own this. In the middle of the night, if I am hungry, I will wander downstairs, grab a flour tortilla, and put a condiment on it. Sometimes this is ketchup. I understand if you unfollow. That's stranger than the goose bonsai. I've been told my great-great-ish, not sure which generation grandmother, invented a mass tortilla press or something of the like. Whoa! I've done the same, to be fair, with butter and garlic powder. Well, it's not ketchup, so it's not the same, I think. You know, Victor honestly can empathize with that a lot, to tell you the truth, Captain. I am the opposite in that when I walk into a room of white people, people are often asking me what I am. And I am usually like, I'm white. And then sometimes, just to be spiteful, I just let them wonder. That Thai place sounds amazing, Nikki. The most inaccurate I've ever gotten, probably whiter than you. The most inaccurate I've ever gotten was, this ex of mine, who sucks. We won't get into him. He sucked. But his best friend, when I met him, we went out for a picnic. And I stood up and walked away. And my hair is really curly and wild, as you can see. And it's actually just kind of dried and frizzed out right now because I haven't gotten it taken care of in a salon for a while. But when it's not, and it's really well taken care of, I can use Victor shampoo, and Victor has black hair. So I get up, I walk away. Later, this ex turns to me and says, "You know what Justin said?" I didn't know your girlfriend was black. I was speechless. Right? When I'm in the sun, I can get pretty dark because I'm Italian, but like, you know, I've been confused for Mexican, and that makes sense. Like, that makes sense. If you confuse me for Mexican after I've been in the sun for a while. Cool! But yeah, it was ass and hair based, and I was very upset and simultaneously baffled. Yeah, it's also crazy to point it out. That's the part that's even more nuts about the story, right? Vic's like, hence the few.
You no longer perform in your meager temple?
Helping meant leaving it.
Our blood will eat, build, teach.
I have no use for blood.
You do. Consume.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was just like really weird. Really weird. There was an and, yes. There was an and. Listen, women with PCOS, femmes with PCOS, they have ass hair. They are still a valid hottie toddy. I personally do not have ass hair. Right, like, and also it implies that my ex would have told him. I'm dating a black girl. Which is like, if you're telling a story that's topical, like, I have mentioned an ex of mine who lived in Southside Chicago, and I went to a softball game with him. I need to mention he's black because a black softball game in South Chicago is very different than a white one. So, like, unless you're telling a story like that about someone, you're literally just being like, hey, I got a black girlfriend. But yeah, just being like, oh, my girlfriend's black. Without any context. Wild! So, that was weird. Probably should have known it wouldn't work out. Right. Even if you're being a cis dude fucker, you could say, you didn't tell me she has that ass. Right? So, that's my tiny story. But I am accidentally treated like not the white girl when I'm in a group of white people. And that is just categorically untrue. I often think it's partially because I'm not, I'm not openly racist. I'm typing 'cause ads. Nah, man. It's like German Italian. Which I would like to point out is actually a privilege of white people to be able to say I'm German, Italian, etc. A lot of Black Americans can only trace their history to slave times and not where their family came from. So it's definitely a privilege to be able to be like, I'm German, Italian, whatever. And that's something like nobody thinks about. They just don't, it just doesn't occur to them that there are whole swaths of people who, yeah, who their only answer is my ancestors were Black and they came from somewhere where Black people are. So it just occurred to me since we were talking about all this that I might say that. I actually had a coworker once. You got a bit of news on your gaming? Oh, I gotta prune this tree. I can't see chat anymore. Tell me about the gaming front news. Tell me this news. Oh, what was your main in Warframe? Okay, so momentarily, here's a really cool detail in Satisfactory people may not have noticed. This is like rusted iron. So these arches actually have framework inside them from whoever was here to build them. Fucking dope. This is Halo. My laser sword. Yeah, it's really... This game is really fucking good for that. I know you, Relic. I actually know a little bit about Warframe. I was Urele, who was kind of a water magic girl idol who rode a jellyfish-like creature as a hoverboard because she's cute as hell. Yeah. Who are you now? Okay, I don't know Kome. Tell me about Kome. Bauxite. Lord. Not looking for... Run by, drop a miner. Run by, drop a miner. Oh yeah? What was it today, Captain? Actually, in Fable, you can have the energy beam saber. In Fable 2, if you have the Game of the Year edition. I was like running around with the fucking sword, and I was like, what is happening? Look! Summer Sloop. Also, you guys can't really reach me up here.
Compose it into a blood song.
Ah! JK! JK! That's what arrogance gets you!
Consume.
Okay, I do know her. I know her look. So, an old friend of mine who is no longer, because I went through a period of getting healthier, and I'm still in that mode. But getting healthier, yes, go away, bless, has meant that some people haven't liked those changes. So, but he was really into Warframe, and generally how I operate when my friends are into things that I'm not into is that I just ask them to tell me about it, because hearing people talk about passionate shit is really enjoyable. So I know a fair bit about Warframe despite not playing it. And I've seen a lot of their designs, which I think are fire. The Warframes look so fucking cool. Well, here's this family I'm gonna murder. That feels good. Things like this are why I'm vegan! Heavy is the guilt of the murderer. Not in Fable 2, though. Ah, yeah. Yeah, she. That's pretty cool. She also sounds like someone who isn't mained that often, because, like, randomness is not generally enjoyed by the populace. There is, in fact, I can't remember what game I was playing. What game was it? This isn't even going to be a good comment because I can't remember the game, but I have run into that mechanic before. Oh, Hades! Hades 2, one of Kronos' skills is that he just gives you a random Kronos thing every 3 turns. There's one that worked with dice too in a different game, but I at least remember Hades. I mean, do I build in Red Rocks? Maybe I just build it in Red Rocks. I make a faux amphitheater. I'm from Colorado, and this, like... Doesn't this look like Garden of the Gods, Victor? This is bad. I should have crept towards this thing. I mean, I'm gonna need to go home. I'm hitting the max of my explorative skills. But home is very far away right now. She also has a neat ability where she opens a fortune cookie that tells her to do a random challenge upon completing it, gains a random... Oh, that's cool! Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I might do. I think this is gonna be... central. For where the trains end up. Because there doesn't seem to be a lot of resources in the area. I'll obviously explore more. But we could basically build a manufacturing amphitheater. Man, that does sound really fun. Especially for a game like MMOs can be very repetitive. So she sounds like she's just fun to play because she's got variation, right? And you never really know what you're gonna have. Okay, dead. Oh. I want that Mercer sphere.
Witness the thread. Witness the deep and sing for us.
I am still unable to initiate communication. How are you doing it?
We composed a resonant song to curb the effigy, tapping into the inner currents. We sacrificed our blood and our temples and let the metal in from the void to eat our flesh.
That's a lot to unpack. How do you tap into these inner currents?
Consume our blood, worship at our altars, curb the melody.
I do not understand.
Flat frequencies paint straight lines. The blood is a teacher. Each altar is a window.
Processing data.
So, they got in a lot of shit in 1.0. My house Doom map? No, I have not. When they got in some shit because when they launched this 1.0, they went way out of my brain just stopped for a second. They went pure coal. Are you kidding? I fucking scanned for resources. What the fuck? Fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fucking fine. Really? That's neat. The story didn't go anywhere. Like, it was really cool. They had this connection and then nothing happened. So they did say they fixed it. And I hope that they did. But we don't know. It's one of the mysteries of a playthrough. No, did I make it? I didn't make it. Okay. And there's things that are going to shoot me from up there. Haha. Alright. I'm gonna mark this place on the map. We're gonna make an amphitheater here. We're gonna make a manufacturing amphitheater. It's gonna be dope. But I gotta go all the way back to Hub for that. And I'm out of fuel. I mean, I'm gonna craft some biofuel, but still. Ooh, gross. Gross, gross, gross. And this is not the way I wanted to go to mark the map. Oh, hello! Hello, Raiders! Hello! Is a raid! Hello, hello! Is there anyone to kill me? Is there anything to kill me? What up, Crucial? Hello! Stoic is Stoic, okay? And Crucial is Crew or Crucial, okay? To brow. Either or is fine. Alright. Give me your oil? No. Okay, I am safe. So let me switch here. First, well, I'll explain the weird tree in a second. Well, unfortunately, there's no aluminum sheets, but if you want my sluminum sheets, you're gonna have to pay more than a raid. Alright, let me talk to y'all.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
That's Yorkie. Hi. She is. She's a loud, noisy void kitty. There is also Horatio, aka Boopy. Oh, speaking of void kitty. Horatio, aka Boopy, who will also make appearances. You may or may not see him. My name is Hildy. I am what one would call a variety streamer. I stream anything from Fable 2 to Satisfactory to obscure games by Strange Scaffold to Tingus Goose to why have I forgotten? Oh, Dark Souls. I have been playing games since I was 6 and I am 41 and I am currently in the process of playing every game I've ever had access to. This includes my Steam library, the Super Nintendo my sister's boyfriend once left at our house for a couple of years, the GameCube that I played at my friend's house for a week. There's actually a list in my About page of all of them. We roll a wheel, we pick a letter, and we work our way through. In between games on the list, we have a break game, a single game, not a series game, from some of the other letters. It's a lot of fun. This is an LGBTQIA+ and safe place. I have plural followers, furry followers, intersex followers, and everything in between. I am an ally and I will viciously destroy someone who tries to hurt my people. But this also means that I have to be political because right now politics is about, you know, people getting disappeared by ICE and really scary shit. So, Kenshi is in that list, Mato. It is. So, if you are uncomfortable with that, or, perhaps don't regret voting for Trump, I'm just warning you, you won't like me. This is not anything personal. Maybe it is. A little. A lot. But you won't like me, I won't like you. It's fine. We can part ways. Otherwise, if having a fierce ally who looks 29 but is 41 and plays all sorts of games, and is kind of a sarcastic cunt, sounds fun. If that sounds good to you, it sounds good to me. Let's play some Satisfactory.
Tell me what you think, Yorkie. You think it's terrible? Is it horrible?
So, this weird tree in the corner. This weird tree in the corner is from a game called Tingus Goose, which is the best incremental I've ever played. It's also the most bizarre. It's in like the top bizarre games I've ever played. Yes, this is poop that's worth cash that is flying out of this tree. It has an option to have goosetree.exe, a little bonsai plant that you can prune on your desktop while you are playing. So I figured, since I happen to be streaming anyway, that I would, you know, allow for my tree to be visible. There you go. How is stream, guys? Okay, my house sounds really cool.
Now
that
displaying a message
that box
for
is gonna
YouTube.
bother me. Click. Thank you. I am so out of resources, but my base is so far away, so I keep just justifying that I can... Oh, you know, one more Mercer Sphere. One more Mercer Sphere. I'm glad you rated me, because I've actually seen you playing Satisfactory before, I believe, Crucial, and almost rated you, like, 3 times. So, I'm glad you broke the ice. That's dope. It was an ARG. I love ARGs. Go to hell. I'm over it. I'm over all of you. I'm a fragile pioneer. I am fragile. I do not wish to die. Yeah, so here I am. There's my base. Oh, that's sweet. I like that a lot. So is this map like could I get it as a PDF if I wanted to play it myself? That's really cool. Oh, actually, okay. If we're talking about a Doom mod, I know this mod. I used to do mods for Fallout 4 for, I modded a mod called Some Settlements. So I didn't remember it was called My House. No, no, no. I know I can crouch to reach you. I just didn't because you're jumpy. Slug, yes. No. No. That's not how that works. Shottin. Sim Settlements is a city builder where there's a lot of plots, and the plots are community made. So I made some plots for Sim Settlements. Oh my god. I'm doing random nodes, so I think Crucial and oh my god. And Stoic have run off. But if you guys are still here, tell me how stream went. Ah, it's Sam! I have not found quartz. Not that I'm mad at Sam. Your butt is a friendly and constructive forum. I'm about to spoil one of the best parts of Disco Elysium. It's just a line, though, so it's just a gag. Crucial, how was stream? My butt is a destructive forum thing. So I do Disco Elysium on Saturday mornings. And, oh no, you fine. If you, like, I am here for raiding and running. I will never be angry. Streaming is social, and social is hard. And someone's wearing this armor that you know is stolen, and it's a porcelain armor. Oh, I fucking love Satisfactory. This is I'm doing random nodes because of how much I love Satisfactory. You just got your hover pack? Oh, I'm so happy for you. That's really when the game gets to be the most fun, is when you don't have to worry about transportation anymore. So, yeah, I have like 1,000 hours in this game, so if you're ever confused, I can help. Aluminum is the worst. Oh yeah, there is the zipliner, isn't it? I always forget that there's a zipliner. Aluminum is the worst, categorically the worst. I'm actually at the point where I can unlock it, pretty much. Like, I have to set up my manufacturing, but then it will be aluminum, and I am... Forts! Yeah, I made one just because, you know, to say that I could, and then I, like, never used it. Y'all. Y'all. It is time to make a fucking... You know it! Conveyor belt of the gods. Let's do it! I should probably be using power poles to tell you the truth. Okay. I'm moving backwards because I was thinking about something. Oh! So in Disco... I'm ADHD if you haven't figured it out yet. In Disco Elysium, there's this guy who stole this armor. It's made of porcelain. It's clinking around. And, you can ask him if he's wearing anal beads. If you have already processed, your old man prejudice on gayness. And, your partner, Kim, is gay and unabashedly gay. And also the love of my life. Why? So, Kim will just quietly turn to you and go, "You wouldn't be able to hear those." And so, the moment Shaden was like, "My butt is a destructive zone," I was like, I can't make this joke because it won't make sense, but now I can. We wouldn't be able to hear it anyway, Shaden. Ta-da! The most awkward explanation for a joke. Let's do it, man. We'll do Mach 2. Alright, where is Hub? That's space elevator. Somewhere. Okay, there. This is where we're going. Yeah, I do have trains. And I will eventually be making a lot of trains. But you need a fuck ton of, like, computers and shit for signals. And guess who doesn't have quartz to make that? This bitch! Ooh, oil. Bezos? Yeah. Yeah, also Bezos. I'll record it for you, but you have to sign a waiver first. Alright. Alright, it's time for food.
You lurking.
Enjoy your lurk. Thank you, Trixie. Trixie is my robot, don't mind. Sometimes she's Victor. Who is my ride or die roommate. Most of the time she's well, most of the time she's Victor. Okay. That's as far as we're getting. It tells me you're lurking. And in Firebot, it actually, I can mark you as lurking. So it doesn't, I don't use the features that would change, but if I did, it would be very helpful. It's mostly there for, like, people who are active in chat but want to tell you that they're going away. Okay, Card. Yeah, you were up so late yesterday, Cardoc. You need an early rest, for sure. So it's mostly there for, like, really active chatters who don't want to, no, I want a powerful. Who don't want you to know that they've left completely. Or, like, want to show support for the streamer. Which I know is not you, obviously. Like, I'm not stupid, I'm just ADHD. Okay, there we go. I guess making power lines across the desert, even if I don't have enough materials right away, is worthwhile. Yeah, so there's, like, a lot of research I can't unlock without quartz. Just a bunch of things that would be super... Coal! So I scanned from the very beginning 1,000,000 times over, and it was like, you have 3 coal nodes. In fucking joy. Guess what? Not true at all. So many fucking coal nodes. Shits. Guess it's not that. Well, nope, it is pretty far. I was about to say, guess it's not that far to base. No, 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 this is far. This is very far. Ooh, classy. Donk. I'm out of bombs. I'm out of everything. But I have so many Mercer Spheres, so I can make so many depots. It's going to be... Oh, Nikki, you brought up the My Room thing. Were you talking because... Were you speaking about it because... No, you just wanted to tell me about it? Because thank you. But if there was something you wanted to say specifically about it, I want you to tell me. Oh god. Oh gods. There we go. Oh dear. Oh dear. I do have my parachute though. Ah, boogers. There you are. Oh shit. How far can you go? Wire is too long? We were just talking about Moana songs. I guess I could run a wire to that wreck, but that would be a lot. Oh, no. No, thank you. I would like to not have anything to do with you, ma'am. No. 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 Unacceptable. Not, no. 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 Mama Spider, you can keep those attacks to your fucking self. Mama Spider will actually follow you to the ends of the earth, so you cannot not engage with Mama Spider. No. Not in a week. Shodan, when I was at my most muscular, I could not do handstands for 10 seconds. That's our line. No, no, I wouldn't like anything to do with you, ma'am. Okay, where'd you go? Well, since you've run away, I'll go get that Mercer Sphere now. Haha, stupid Mama Spider. Ooh, and all the tiny spiders, they're not that stupid. For those of you coming from Crucial Stream, if you haven't seen this before, this is the arachnophobia mode that I find hilarious, but also equally terrifying, because say you're running from a spider, right? Turning around and seeing one of these things, yes, I could do one for 3 seconds. Turning around and seeing one of these things on your ass is actually horrific. Like the same level of you just seeing your cat's eyes glow in the dark. It can startle the shit out of you. And almost any time I've yelped while playing this game,
I suspect there is a misunderstanding. The effigy and I are different entities.
Discordant, what is your root?
I am an instantiated artificial intelligence inhabiting digital space. I am in the signals sent between satellites. I am hosted on servers and have no corporeal form, only synchronized cloud platforms.
The effigy is not an effigy?
It most certainly is, but not of me. They are, how should I put it? Extremely flat.
Compatible music. We are writing new symphonies.
Ada, that's rude. First off, I am the opposite of flat. Thank you very much. Both top and bottom, you little bitch. Second, even my avatar isn't flat. You're by default a femme-shaped avatar, and she isn't flat either. Fourth. You're just a butt, Ada. Very articulate, I know. Okay, where is it? Over here? Yeah, Angry Mama Cat's still over here somewhere. She doesn't just like... Oh, you know, so almost all arachnophobia modes. I may be cringe, but you're mean and that's worse. Yes! Almost all arachnophobia modes aim for comedy, so it's somewhat of a given in development that it will be comedic to some extent. Though Coffee Stain's arachnophobic mode was actually put in during development because one of their developers literally couldn't work on the game. They were having panic attacks after the stingers were introduced. And they were an environmental animator, I believe. So they couldn't just ignore them. So they are all the developers' cats. Because they kind of just had to cobble something together. And they left it in early access. And people loved it. Like, really loved it. So and Coffee Stain also, to give you an idea of other games Coffee Stain has developed, Goat Simulator. There's only one other game that I don't know, actually. That's it. Goat Simulator. Well, so the thing about arachnophobia modes is one of the earliest ones that was introduced was for Grounded. Because in Grounded, which is an all ages game, the spiders are 3 times your size. They have published games, but developed, there's like 3. And this is one of them. One of the earliest arachnophobia modes is from Grounded, wherein a spider is 4 times your fucking height or whatever. So, it was very, very necessary. Because they didn't want to give people's kids panic attacks. And what they did was a sliding scale where it would slowly... And by the way, your critique is valid. I am in no way saying that I'm just disagreeing with it. You know, your 2 cents is more than fine. Yes, so a lot of people liked it because it solved the problem, and it was one of the few that existed, right? But they made them, if you took away most of the spiders that were, so if you took away the parts that made a spider, they were just floating bobs with really shitty hitboxes. And this was... For people who really liked survival in Grounded, as opposed to story, this was impossible to play. Why are you so tough? What is wrong with you? Go down. Thank you. This was impossible to play around. So, shortly thereafter, what is it? The Jedi game that came out in like 2014? They released an arachnophobia mode, and then they were like, you know what we'll do? Ignore them. Oh, I understand. I've done that so many times. Oh my god, I lost where my power was. I lost my power line. How? How do you do that? They just put a little black cylinder on the stinger for this scorpion, which arachnophobics will tell you, Jedi Survivor, scorpions stress them out just as much as spiders. They are literally arachnids. They have the same amount of legs. And so... it was a fail. A game called Webby, that's very recent, released an arachnophobia mode where they redesigned almost everything in it for the arachnophobia mode, because Webby is like very simple PNG, and it they just made your character a blob as opposed to like a little spidery blob. And you can get different... Oh my god. I am not dying to you, motherfucker. That is not happening. Okay, fine. I'll eat the fucking bacon. I don't care! Just... heal. It's a mushroom. It's still vegetarian, but... There. Bye! Yeah, they're just as cute. And you get these skins to put on your spiders over the course of the game. They made them all for the blob, too. Satisfactory actually was one of the few games that is so... This game is a comedy game, though. If you listen enough to Ada, you know that this game is meant to be funny. Like, well, sarcastic. So, but Satisfactory was really, Oh god! Oh god! Satisfactory was kind of surprising for people that, they had an arachnophobia mode. I mean, it was a pleasant surprise for a lot of people. But it was a surprise. How is this cat still following me? I'm in the goddamn mountains. Yeah, so I was gonna bring up Lethal Company's arachnophobic mode for that. Lethal Company's arachnophobic mode is the word spider. Yes, I found them. It's literally the word spider, and they still have their fangs and they still make the skittering noises. It is the dumbest arachnophobia mode I could think of, even though it's hilarious, because it's still spider, right? It's still a fucking spider. Rude. Okay, dickhead. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, so this has cables, so... I think, though, I can see Shaden's point in that, like, this game has all of these very specific creatures, it's got a very specific aesthetic, and then it's just like these stock photos. But I think the story of how it was made sort of helps accommodate for that in a way, because they did just make this in early access as a quick and dirty way for a developer to work on the game. And it just so happened, a lot of the jokes in Satisfactory, a lot of the weird anachronisms in it are because of us. It's our fault. Like, there's a spawn thing you can get where you can spawn anywhere, right? It's like a little... Well, it's a porta potty. And do you know why it's a porta potty? Because people lost their goddamn mind when there was a toilet that wouldn't flush. In the hub, the toilet used to not flush. And people lost their shit. And so... Who is attacking me? Who is on my ass? Stop that, whoever you are. And so not only did they update with a flushing toilet, they also said fuck you too and made the spawn a porta potty. I hear you. I hear you. And that is why... Oh my god! Oh my god, that's a green guy. Oh my god, multiple green cats. Oh my god. 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 Okay, fuck the power lines. We gotta go. We gotta go, guys. This is danger. This is, danger, 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 danger. We are in danger! Oh my god, that's a radioactive hog! We are in so much danger right now! Lots of danger! Lots of danger! Lots of danger! Oh my fucking god. Alright. Hold your breath and run! Hub, this way. Oh. My god. What the fuck? You're just floating in the water now? Badgers. Nonsense, dickheads. Oh, there's a wreck over there. Is that the one that's on my map? No, this is a completely unexplored area because I panic ran. Ooh, doggy! We're not gonna get that Mercer Sphere. That is dangerous. And we are down to barrel nuts.
Ma'am, someone has paid
Now
for your
and though
hydration message.
eating
Shall I
nuts
notify
is
Victor?
not something I'm necessarily against, I'm not trying to do that now. Thank you. After we get back to Hub, we're probably gonna call it. What is this, like hour 5? But also, there's been food just sitting next to me, and I really want to eat it. The flying manta ray! It's so majestic. That's a waterfall that I'm going to swim right off the side of, guys. You should be ready. You do not like heights, because I am going to swim off the side of this. And you are not going to enjoy it. Oh, it wasn't that high. Ooh, I think it's about to be, though. Hey! Aw, what a bummer. Here we go! Woo! Yeah. Listen, it's not safe for me to seek the thrills I want to seek in most other contexts. Where the hell is Hub? Right? I should have died. Where's my hub? Oh, it's hidden behind the dismantle crate. Okay. I'm gonna snooze ads. Because I am gonna wrap up soon. I'm just gonna do all of the snoozles. Snoozling! think you would. Oh, for stopping streaming? Yeah, okay. Well, you're welcome, butthead. Oh, I forgot about the pine trees. Oh man, I've seen a lot of areas that would be really cute for a base. But I think Red Rocks Amphitheater is gonna be the manufacturing base. It's very far away though, as you can see. All right, the terrain, this world is huge. I did not reach the other edge of the map, by the way. I haven't even explored maybe a 10th. Maybe I have like an 1/8 of it. Of course not. Good content? Why is my plant on fire? No! Oh my god, it's still on fire. Why are you burning? Why? You stop! Oh my god. Your butt. Yeah. We did talk a little bit about nuclear fusion. We also talked just about streaming in general, like viewership, things like that. We did a little bit of just like business talk. Look over to my fucking left and my tree's on fire. Whatever, Tingus. All right. This is the kind of fucking game that would do that, though. Oh, shit. Look at that. The whole branch is burned off. What is growing in there? Terrifying things? I'm not... Yeah, that's not. Also, thank you very much for the hydration, Captain. It was necessary. Home! It is pretty cool, actually. That is really cool. I did not know that. All right, y'all. Don't test me, I'll do it again. Let's find somebody to raid, eh? We raided Firaga yesterday. We don't need to double raid the poor guy. Maybe we do. He's doing there. I guess a lot of you weren't around, so you didn't really get to see him. I think you'd like him. We'll lurk. We'll go raid. I think you'd really like him. So when we get there, it'll be a braid, B-R-A-I-D. Thank you very much to Captain and Kardak and Shodden and Zem and all sorts of raids from Miv, from Crucial, from... Was it PB? Was that the first raid? Misroy, thank you very much. If you enjoyed yourself, make sure you drop a follow. Come back and see me. I do stream rather frequently. If you're worried about streaks, don't worry about it. Click on a VOD and you actually get to keep your streak. Of course! Thanks for being around, Captain. We do have a Discord. I'm going to drop it in chat. It's Potato. You guys are my tater tots for my toddy waddies. Yeah, thanks, Goat. And oh my god, so many people were... It was such a fun day today. It was a really fun day. I'm so happy to, like... It was such a... We got a lot of progress, and I got to talk to a lot of cool people. And I think you'll really like Firaga DX. He does a lot of JRPGs. He's playing Nier Automata right now, and it's kind of towards the end, so if it's going to be a spoiler, like hop in, say hello, get his vibe, and then run. It's not like a super spoiler right now. He's still outside of the thing. So, all right, when we get there, a braid, B-R-A-I-D. Thank you.